Yes, good morning all.
आवाज बंद, दो नोट सभी का कितना हो जाएगा?
Yes, good morning all. This is Dr. Harinder from Department of English. Before we can start, I request you to please wait for just 5 to 6 minutes. As our chief guest, she is going to join us in a few while. So we need to just wait for 5 or 6 minutes. Thereafter, we will start. Our other speakers have joined as Dr. Unequal, Dr. Harkirandeep Kaur, Dr. Harjot Kaur. They have joined, and only 2 speakers they are left. They are just joining in 4 to 5 minutes, and thereafter we will start. So I request you to all to please wait for a few minutes, and thereafter we will start the program.
अभी आप कीजिए स्क्रीनशॉट का पता चल गया YouTube भी और दूसरे
Okay, yes, here we start. A very pleasant morning to all worthy speakers, honorable principal sir, distinguished guests from various institutions, my colleagues and dear students. This is Dr. Harinder from Department of English, and I really feel honored and blessed that I got the opportunity to grace all of your presence in this national webinar being organized by SSM College, Dinanagar, with kind cooperation of National Commission for Women, New Delhi. Before I can start, first of all, I would like to thank and welcome our worthy speakers for accepting the invitation and for joining us. It is really a blessed moment that we have such an eminent speaker like them. Just a minute. First of all, I would like to acknowledge my deep gratitude to our esteemed experts who have accepted our invitation for being a part of this event. I'm also thankful to all the participants from various reputed institutions for sparing their valuable time to join us. Now I must mention and extend my gratefulness towards our worthy principal, Dr. R.K. Tully, for guiding us to conduct an event like this. He is such an academician par excellence, visionary leader in the education arena. Under his able guidance, the college has reached the new heights of success and achieved its goals to a large extent. Established in 1973, the institution has completed around 5 decades of glorious years in providing quality education. As in academics, our student has captured top 10 position in the university merit list. If I talk about the sports, we have the honor to grab overall championship sports trophy for consecutively 16 years. It is really an achievement for us. And in co-curricular activity, recently we got overall championship trophy in the Zonal Youth Festival at GNU Amritsar. So under his able guidance, the college is growing day by day, and I'm very thankful to the worthy principal for his kind support, suggestion, and guidance. I must mention and must not forget the authority who gave us such a beautiful platform to host an event like this. I'm thankful to the National Commission for Women, New Delhi, for giving us opportunity to host this webinar. I want to say a few words about the commission. The National Commission for Women Delhi, set up as a legal body in January 1992 under the National Commission Women Act 1990 to review the constitution and legal safeguard for women, recommend remedial measure legislatively, facilitate redressal of grievance, and advise the government on all policy matters affecting women. The National Commission for Women aims at enabling women to achieve equality and equal participation in all spheres of life by creating awareness about women's rights, entitlement through implementation of policy and devising strategy. Coming to the theme of the webinar, the main objective of the webinar is to create awareness among working women regarding their legal rights, duties, to reduce the gender pay gap at local, regional, and national level, and to achieve equal pay for women everywhere by bringing together a diverse set of actors with different areas of focus and expertise. It aims to promote equal opportunity policies at enterprises level among working women, which includes retirement, promotion, involvement of women in decision-making process without discrimination, and to identify the issue that contribute to pay disparity at workplace and suggest the remedial measures. Today we will discuss about this very important topic, which is the most vehemently discussed issue with significant implication for future of women. We have among us several distinguished personalities. We have with us Dr. Manvinder Kaur from Punjab University, Chandigarh, Dr. Harkirandeep Kaur from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Dr. Arneet Kaur from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Dr. Harjot Kaur from Regional Campus GNGO, Gurdaspur, Advocate Mrs. Balwinder Kaur, who are such a qualified persons and possess a vast knowledge and experience in this field. I hope you all will find this webinar highly engaging, fruitful, and beneficial for your future venture. Once again, I want to welcome you all to the webinar and hope you will have a great time here. With these brief introduction, I would like to invite our the principal, Dr. R.K. Tully, for formal welcome and for formal introduction of our worthy speakers. Sir, please continue.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Manvinder Kaur, Professor, Department cum Center for Women Study and Development, Punjab University, Chandigarh. Respected Dr. Harkirandeep Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. Respected Dr. Arneet Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. Respected Dr. Harjot Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, Guru Nanak Dev University, Regional Campus, Gurdaspur. Respected Madam Balwinder Kaur, Advocate, District Court Complex, Gurdaspur, worthy guests from the various reputed institutions, staff members, and my dear students. It is really a delightful moment to see you all on this prestigious eve of national webinar entitled Unequal Pay, Gender Discrimination at Workplace, being organized by IQAC and Women's Cell of SSM College, Dinanagar, with the kind support of National Commission for Women, New Delhi. I, on the behalf of entire management of SSM College, Dinanagar, extend a warm and gracious welcome to you all. National Commission for Women, New Delhi, has taken right initiative by arranging such events and giving the right platform to exchange view regarding this urgent issue. First of all, I want to convey my sincere gratefulness to all the invited speaker for accepting the invitation and adding to the grace of the event. I'm also contented to see that many distinguished scholars and teachers have joined this webinar to share their knowledge and expertise regarding this urgent issue. The webinar schedule brushes upon a spectrum of exciting themes that discuss the way and strategies to uproot the problem of unequal pay among women at workplace. It is rightly said that women, the life giver, plays several roles, but in the current scenario, things have been changed. Their position in the society deemed less important than others. We thus require an awareness, a need to change this scenario. The better way to bring change is by empowering women, by educating them about their right of equality at workplace. Women need to empower themselves by taking forefront in all spheres. No, I deem it an honor to present a gracious welcome to our worthy Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Maninder Kaur, Professor, Department, Center for Women Study and Development, Punjab University, Chandigarh. She is such a great personality who really needs no introduction. She has been a great literary source in the field of women studies. She has a notable research experience to her credit in the area of women and culture, feminist theory, and women and human rights. She has published good amount of paper in various reputed and recognized journals. She also earns various prestigious positions in the reputed academic bodies. She made us proud several times by her remarkable achievement in the field of academics. She is looked upon as a respectable teacher, accomplished academician, able administrator, and a good human being. It is a really great pleasure to have such a great personality. I am also grateful to our other special guests of the day who spared their valuable time for this event. As today, we have with us Dr. Kirandeep Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. She is a well-known personality in the field of law with an enriching experience of a decade to her credit. She has a notable amount of research experience as she has published good number of research articles, national and international journal. She has also presented paper in national and international conference. She also guided term paper and more than 20 dissertation for LLM students. Next, we have with us Madam Arneet Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. She is another treasured personality from the same field. She has a notable amount of research experience as she has published more than 20 such papers in the national and international journal. She chaired technical sessions in the various conferences and seminars. She also guided term paper and more than 8 dissertations for LLM students. She has enrolled under her supervision 3 PhD students. Her educational quality gives inspiration to all. I am also thankful to our next guest, Dr. Harjot Kaur, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Guru Nanak Dev University, Regional Campus, Gurdaspur. She is a literally genius in the field of computer science. She has to her credit experience of 2 decades in the teaching, research, and academics. Her area of research is distributed artificial intelligence and machine learning. She has 6 PhD students enrolled with her, and she has guided more than 20 MTech student. She has published more than 30 such papers in the various reputed journal and presented paper at the many conferences and workshops. We are glad to have you with us. Next, I would like to introduce our another guest, Madam Balwinder Kaur, Advocate, District Court Complex, Gurdaspur. She has been a great helping hand in the upliftment of status of women in the society by providing them all the legal assistance required for the safeguard of their interests. She is doing commendable job in providing equal access to a woman in all fields. She is a live inspiration for all women in the present time. It is really a great pleasure to have with us such a great personality. Today, we will have the talk of this scholar about this urgent issue, that is empowering the woman by providing them equal opportunity at workplace, thus contributing the overall development of the country. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to this scholar who raised the charm, the event with their benign presence. We consider ourselves fortunate enough to have words with you all. I hope this event will prove a great success for all of us and also for those who have joined, sparing their valuable time to exchange their view regarding this urgent issue, as to empower women means to the empower nation. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. As our principal sir has given such a captivating talk, and I was really impressed that he has said a very right thing. To empower women means to empower nation. Like by empowering a woman, we will definitely empower our nation. And thank you so much for introducing our worthy speakers to the
Okay.
participants. As today we have with us a very distinguished, well qualified, and those who have a very vast knowledge in this particular arena, that is unequal pay, gender discrimination at workplace. And today we will definitely enlightened by their wisdom of knowledge. So with this brief introduction, now I would like to request our worthy chief guest, Dr. Manvinder Kaur, Professor, Department cum Center for Women Studies and Development, Punjab University, Chandigarh, to please say few words on your topic, that is sexual harassment of women at workplace. Please, ma'am Manvinder Kaur, please join us.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Harinder Kaur.
Over to you, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, ma'am.
Okay. So let me begin by expressing my gratitude to SSRM
Ma'am,
College.
you need to be a bit louder.
Okay. So let me begin by expressing my gratitude to the college, to Professor Tuli, to Professor Harinder Kaur for having invited me. मैं 2 साल पहला ਇੱਥੇ ਆਈ ਸੀਗੀ ਦੀਨਾਨਗਰ just before the lockdown, before the COVID lockdown had started.
Hanji madam, bilkul theek hai.
And it was a really nice experience because मैं पहली बारी ਉੱਥੇ ਆਈ ਸੀਗੀ and I really enjoyed your college.
Thank
So
you.
ਇਸ ਵਾਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਹਰਿੰਦਰ ਕੌਰ ਦਾ ਫੋਨ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ immediately yes ਕਹਿ ਦਿੱਤਾ without even asking her the date actually. So
Thank you.
मैं बाद ਵਿੱਚ she said 31st तो मैं सोचा 31st January है, बाद ਵਿੱਚ I realized it's 31st December. So anyway, it's a lovely, very interesting topic ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ theme ਰੱਖਿਆ ਹੈਗਾ for this program. And I would, because one of the most basic things ਜੋ gender discrimination ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ, I want to speak in a multilingual tone because I
Excuse me, ma'am, sorry for the interruption, but you need to be a bit louder. Your voice is not much clear.
Okay. Better now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So actually I was trying to speak through the earphones and I'll leave the earphones and just speak on the speaker. Is it better now?
No, ma'am, it's not that much audible.
Okay, then let me try once again with the earphones. The volume तो full ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ है. Okay, is it okay?
Yes, ma'am, bit okay, yes.
Okay, so sexual sab to pehla tha sexual harassment is one of the when we talk of gender discrimination at the workplace, the most basic issue which emerges here is that of sexual harassment, because it is gender discrimination results in sexual harassment and sexual harassment results in gender discrimination. So I'm going to be speaking in Hindi, Punjabi, English, a mixed language, and I hope that's okay with all the participants. Please let me know if I'm not audible at any point of time, because which the cut janda हैगा. So sexual harassment hai ki pehla ta. Sexual harassment is an unwelcome sexual advance, unwelcome request for sexual favors, or other unwelcome conduct of a sexual nature, which makes my voice is not clear still.
No, ma'am, your voice is audible now.
Okay. Unwelcome conduct of a sexual nature which makes a person feel either offended or humiliated or intimidated or all three of these. What is the key word? Unwelcome. Because sexual advance could be welcome, sexual favors could be welcome, even conduct of a sexual nature could be welcome. It becomes sexual harassment ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹ unwelcome ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ है, when you don't like the behavior, the sexually linked behavior of a person. So what exactly constitutes sexual harassment? Inappropriate touching, something which almost all women have faced at some point or the other. Traveling in a bus, traveling in any going in any public space. Recently there was this big issue Chandigarh de which there was this British Council deputy British Council. She was walking near the Mount View Hotel and somebody touched her and it became a very big issue. It is a big issue. You know, every day we start thinking of it like a very minor issue. ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ trivialize ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ. So inappropriate touching, sexually suggestive remarks. When a girl goes out, सड़क पे जा रही है, लड़के गाने गाने शुरू हो जाते हैं. They start winking, they start doing whatever, making weird gestures, asking about a person's sex life, even body shaming. ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੂੰ ਬਾਲੇ ਪਤਲੇ ਹੋ, ਬਾਲੇ ਮੋਟੇ ਹੋ, ਜਾਂ ਕਾਲੇ ਹੋ, ਗੋਰੇ ਹੋ, ਬੋਨੀ ਹੋ, whatever, even body shaming can also be regarded as sexual harassment. There is one term which is known as manspreading. जो इतने जिन्नियां लड़कियां हैं, उन्होंने experience ਕੀਤਾ होना है, especially when you're traveling by public transport. बस ते जा रहे हो, तुसी सीट ते बैठ गए, and the person sitting next to you starts spreading his legs. You keep shrinking because ਉਹਦੀਆਂ legs जो है वो थोड़ी space ਵਿੱਚ आ रही हैं. Basically, that is also part of sexual harassment. It often happens and has happened with everybody. Showing pornography. In fact, even our movies, जो जिस चीज ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ eve teasing समझते हैं. All those who are my age would have seen Shami Kapoor's movies, and one prominent example is the song Lal Chhadi, which even the kids today would have heard. Lal Chhadi Maidan Khadi. These are all evidence of sexual harassment. When a person demands certain sexual favors in exchange for something else, yeah, jokes which may cause embarrassment to other person, obscene gestures, indecent language. मां भैन दियां गालां सारियां ने सुनियां होनियां, चाहे सड़क ते खड़े हो, चाहे लेक ते वॉक करन गए हो, You would have heard people using the term pan, the which as a friend of mine from Dubai puts it, it's like verbal rape. Personal space invade karna, kise pretext te hagiyan touch karna, all stalking, all these are examples of sexual harassment. Even utton to thallon tai dekhna, that also can be constituted as sexual harassment, because you may or may not like it. If you don't like it, it becomes sexual harassment. But everything is not sexual harassment. Let me just point out before I go on further. When your boss scolds you for not doing something, that is not sexual harassment. When you're asked to do a work according to certain standards, that is not sexual harassment. When your management pulls you up for not doing your work, or you're asked to meet a certain deadline, or to reach some quality work, या constructive feedback मिल रहा है, that is not regarded as sexual harassment. What leads to sexual harassment? Most prominent, the word gender is there in the title of your seminar. What is gender? There is a difference between sex and gender, right? Gender is a socially constructed concept, which leads to how does this gender take place? How does it emerge? Right from childhood, we teach the girl, you're a girl. We teach the boy, boys don't cry, boys are manly. ਕੁੜੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਖਾਣੇ ਆ, you have to be feminine, soft spoken, ਘਰ ਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨੇ ਹੈਗੇ. You have to learn how to do cooking, you have to learn how to do stitching, cleaning, you have to be motherly. And for the boys, Sunny Deol ke 2.5 kilo ke haath hone chahiye. You have to be masculine, ਲੜਾਈ ਕਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ. ਗਾਣੇ ਸਿਖਾਉਂਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ, ਗਿੱਦੜਾਂ ਦਾ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਫਿਰਦਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ. These are all things which we are taught, and these things carry on into the workplace, because we are taught that the boys have priority and the girls have to take a side role, yeah, they have to be marginalized. And जब ये चीजें जब हम workplace में carry over करते हैं, what happens? A natural assumption by the males is that this is the public space, so this is our space, और girls जो हैं, women जो हैं, ये हमारी space को invade कर रही हैं. और इस चीज को लेके आगे चल के एक चीज और बन जाती है, वो है पार रिलेशंस. अब पार किसके पास होना चाहिए? पार बचपन से क्या सीखा है? इंपॉर्टेंट कौन है? मेल इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो पार किसके पास होना चाहिए? पार मेल के पास होना चाहिए. अभी नेशनल फैमिली हेल्थ सर्वे की रिपोर्ट आई है, जिसमें वन ऑफ द मेजर फाइंडिंग्स इज दैट अ लॉट ऑफ women also come out with the idea that men are justified in beating their wives. Not just the men, it's the women who are also saying that men are justified in beating their wives, because that is what we are taught, that men should have power, men should exercise power, and that again carries over into the workplace. So we are socialized into thinking that this is the public space, and this public space is a male space, and men have power over there, so the men have to it is a male dominant space, और women are interlopers. उनके ऊपर हक बनता है आदमियों का किसी भी तरीके से behave करने का. तो that also leads to sexual harassment, because the males feel कि ये जो लड़की यहाँ पे बाहर आई है, वो उसके साथ हम ये घर से बाहर निकली है, प्रोटेक्टेड स्पेस से बाहर है, और प्रोटेक्टेड स्पेस तो अगर कुड़ी बाहर निकल आई तो दैट मीन्स शी इज जिसे हम कैरेक्टर शेमिंग कह सकते हैं. शी इज ओपन टू एनी काइंड ऑफ बिहेवियर. और उसके साथ क्या होता है? अनदर थिंग व्हिच मैटर्स हियर is that ਜਦੋਂ ਲੜਕੀ ਬੋਲਣ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ, the moment she says, okay, this man has misbehaved, first thing is, ਯਾਰ ਤੂੰ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਪਾਏ ਸੀਗੇ, and that is also the the attitude of all our elders, even of the women, of the police, लड़की कपड़े ऐसे पहनती है. 2012 में जब निर्भया रेप केस हुआ, so a lot of even politicians came out with the idea that the girl, what was the girl doing at 8 o'clock outside? अरे come on, ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਬਾਪ ਦੀ ਜਾਗੀਰ ਥੋੜੀ ਹੈ ਸੜਕ, right? The girl has equal right to be there on the road. But according to many of our religious leaders also, somebody comes out ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਭਰਾ ਬਣਾ ਲੈਂਦੀ, another comes out ਕਿ ਲੜਕੀ ਰਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਹਰ ਕਿਉਂ ਫਿਰਦੀ ਸੀ, another comes out ਕਿ ਬੱਚੇ ਜੋ ਹੈ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਖਾਂਦੇ ਹੈ, ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਾਰਮੋਨਸ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੈ. ये हमारे डिफरेंट आइडियोलॉजी के डिफरेंट पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स की आइडियाज है. कोई कहता है कपड़े ऐसे पहनती हैं इसलिए ऐसे होता है. नो, doesn't happen because of that. When the 8-year-old girl in Kathua got raped, gang raped, वो घोड़े चारने गई हुई थी, सिर्फ घोड़े चारने. उसको वहां से किडनैप किया गया और कितने दिनों तक उसका गैंग रेप हुआ जब तक वो मर नहीं गई. क्या पहना हुआ था उसने? सलवार कमीज. चंडीगढ़ में एक 80 साल की ओल्ड लेडी का रेप हुआ. क्या पहना था? साड़ी. So it's not necessary that a girl would be wearing a bikini when she is to get raped, or that when sexual harassment उसकी होती है जो कपड़े ऐसे पहनती है या आपके साथ हंस के बात कर लिया तो उसकी साथ सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट हुई. सो व्हेन अ गर्ल स्पीक्स अप, उसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी के ऊपर शक पड़ जाता है. अरे यार ये बंदा तो ऐसा है ही नहीं, बुजुर्ग बंदा है, सफेद दाढ़ी है, डजंट मीन सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट नहीं कर सकता. अगेन, most of the women who have traveled by public transport would be witness to this fact, that a younger boy would probably be reticent about touching in the bus, but जो सफेद बालों वाला है, he may not be, because he would think कि मेरे सफेद बाल जो है ना वो मुझे प्रोटेक्ट कर रहे हैं. तो विक्टिम को हम ब्लेम भी करते हैं, विक्टिम को हम शेम भी करते हैं. In fact, a couple of years back, there was this hashtag #MeToo वाला जो phenomena चला था social media पे. And a lot of people came out with the idea कि 20-20 सालों बाद लड़कियों को, औरतों को याद आया कि हमारे साथ sexual harassment हुआ. 20 सालों बाद क्यों याद आया? क्यों याद आया? Because 20 साल पहले there was nothing to protect the women. She could not speak up. That is why after 20 years, somebody got the courage to speak up. And with that, other women got the courage to speak up. All of us have at some point of time been subjected to some such thing. So what happened? I'll briefly go into what we have an act to protect women from sexual harassment at workplace. Because it's a very important thing, I would just like to spend 5-10 minutes on this act. So, ये act बन्या क्यों? Many of you may be aware कि राजस्थान में child marriage बहुत होती है. All over India होती है. About 47% of the marriages of girls take place before the age of 18 years. Rajasthan is particularly known for the phenomenon of child marriage, and there is this festival called Akha Teej, जिससे उते lot of child marriages take place. So there was this social worker Bhamri Devi जो अपने village में child marriage को prevent करने की कोशिश कर रही थी. And the landlords gang raped her. When she went to the court, High Court ने जो accused थे उनको acquit कर दिया. दिल्ली में एक एनजीओ थी विशाखा जिसने एक पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट लिटिगेशन फाइल किया इन द सुप्रीम कोर्ट, एंड एज अ रिजल्ट द सुप्रीम कोर्ट इनैक्टेड सर्टेन गाइडलाइंस फॉर सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट, जिनको गाइडलाइंस ऑन सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट कहा जाता है, जिनको विशाखा गाइडलाइंस कहा जाता है. ये 1997 की बात. उसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने 3 की ऑब्लिगेशंस स्टेट के ऊपर लागू किए. Obligations were state is obliged to prohibit sexual harassment, state ने prevent करना है sexual harassment, and state ने redressal provide करना है sexual harassment. It took approximately 16 years for our government to come out with an act, for our parliament to come out with an act on Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace, Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act of 2013. This act came out in 2013. Provide ki any woman who is working in a place, who may be visiting for some work, or who's even a student, she may be employed directly, she may be regular, she may be ad hoc, she may be a daily wager, she may be directly employed or through a contractor, she may even be a voluntary worker. She could file a complaint of sexual harassment. What is the workplace? Any government organization, any private sector organization, hospital, nursing home, यहाँ तक कि घर के अंदर भी जो औरत काम कर रही है वो भी sexual harassment का complaint file कर सकती है. दो टाइप के sexual harassment recognize करता है एक्ट. एक टर्म यूज करते हैं quid pro quo. Quid pro quo means कि implied or explicit promise of preferential या detrimental treatment in employment. यानी तू मेरे लिए आ कर दे, you listen to my sexual advances and I will give you say an increment, I will give you a preferred posting, या anything beneficial. Alternately, ਜੇ ਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੀ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਨੌਕਰੀ ਚੋਂ ਕੱਢ ਦੂੰ, ਪੋਸਟਿੰਗ ਕਰ ਦੂੰ, ਜਿਹੜਾ confidential report ਹੈ ਉਹ ਗਲਤ ਫਾਈਲ ਕਰ ਦੂੰ. So I can do any of these things. दूसरा टाइप ऑफ जो सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट का है वो है hostile work environment. You don't listen to me, so the entire work environment becomes intimidating या offensive. As a result, psychological well-being जो है औरत दा that gets affected. So what does the act say? Act puts the responsibility on the employer to create a workplace free of sexual harassment. And as a result, the employer has to make a committee, which is known as the Internal Complaints Committee. Jisse 50% members have to be women. The chairperson has to be a woman working at a senior level in that organization. 2 of the members have to be from amongst the employees who are at a senior level, but who have experience of working with women's issues. But at least 1 member has to be from outside that organization. Why? Because जो आपके internal members हैं, वो members, they could be, they would be subordinated to the person जिसके खिलाफ complaint है, या उसके colleagues होंगे, so they may not really listen to your complaint. But the external member is supposed to be more reliable for that matter. Complaint has to be filed within 90 days of the occurrence of the incident. That complaint cannot be anonymous. मतलब आप बिना नाम बिना एड्रेस के complaint नहीं कर सकते, because the complaint की पूरी एक procedure follow करना पड़ता है. तो उसमें date, time, किसने किया, क्या relationship है आपकी, वो सारी details आनी चाहिए. तो 90 days का टाइम, कमेटी को भी 90 days का टाइम दिया जाता है कि 90 days के अंदर अंदर उन्होंने अपना जो सारा काम करना है, सारा प्रोसीजर जो एक सिविल कोर्ट का प्रोसीजर है उसको फॉलो करके उन्होंने केस को, दे हैव टू just sorry, it can be the case is proved in key, it is not proved, in which case no action would be taken, या फिर false case है, in which case जो complainant है उसके खिलाफ action लिया जाएगा. अगर not proved है, that doesn't mean कि complainant ने false case किया है. What it actually means is कि हमारे पास इतना evidence नहीं है कि हम उस case को prove कर सकें. So this is basically, I've just gone into a slight this thing of the act. Why does this issue become so significant? Because it has very, very severe consequences. क्या कौन से इंडिविजुअल कॉन्सिक्वेंस है, आपके कॉलेज के ऊपर कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस हैं, आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के ऊपर कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस हैं, आपकी सोसाइटी के ऊपर कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस हैं. इंडिविजुअली क्या है? ऑब्वियसली अगर मेरे साथ सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट हो रही है तो मैं आई विल ऑलवेज बी इन स्ट्रेस, आई विल नॉट वांट टू वर्क, आई विल नॉट बी मोटिवेटेड, मेरे बिहेवियरल चेंजेस होंगी, स्ट्रेस रिलेटेड फिजिकल इमोशनल सिम्टम्स होंगे. आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में क्या फर्क पड़ेगा? इफ आई एम नॉट वर्किंग, इट्स नॉट जस्ट मी, देयर विल बी अदर्स आल्सो. दैट मींस प्रोडक्टिविटी गेट्स अफेक्टेड, एब्सेंटिज्म इंक्रीज होगी, मोटिवेशन नहीं है टू डू एनी वर्क, and obviously this leads to impact on the society because it has immense socio-economic impact on the society. So women are not able to access jobs, unsafe ho gayi, and there are number of studies which prove, which say कि अगर women हमारी economic sphere में नहीं आ रही हैं तो GDP का loss जो है वो crores, मतलब वो it's not just in lakhs or something, it is in billions of dollars. So that is a very, very significant aspect. So why don't we complain? Mostly you will find that women don't end up complaining. Recently I came across a case of this lady who was trying to complain in one very prominent institution, and what happened was that even the head of that institution was refusing to listen to her. So the woman had gone into so much of stress that she actually left her job and decided कि मैं और कुछ नहीं करना. The woman was a lawyer. She was not a practicing lawyer, of course. She was working in the legal department of that institution. But she could not take her case forward because सुनन वाला कोई नहीं है. इशू ਨੂੰ ट्रिविलाइज ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ है. ਕੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ यार, ਹੱਥ ਹੀ ਲਾਤਾ ਨਾ, ਫਿਰ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਫਰਕ ਪੈਂਦਾ, ਹੱਥ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਜਾਂ ਗਾਲ ਹੀ ਕੱਢੀ ਸੀਗੀ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਰੋਜ਼ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਕੰਮ ਹੈ. But that is very, very important. या फिर fear of not being, you're not being believed. लोग की कहेंगे, हमारी समाज क्या कहेगा, और अगर कंप्लेन कर दिया तो रेपरकशन क्या होगा मेरे ऊपर. Say I am a contractual employee and I complain about sexual harassment. Will my contract be extended or will it not? If I'm permanent, there is no problem. I can complain. But if I'm contractual, if I'm temporary, what is going to happen over there? So then there is gossip. वो यार यही है जिसने शिकायत लगाई थी, भाई इसने किया होगा कुछ. And I'm sure many of you will agree with me that that is the way we all tend to behave. I'm not saying somebody else behaves. We also behave in the same way. There are social norms which say women should just avoid it, just keep quiet because boys will be boys. इलाज क्या है? College level पे, it's the teachers who become responsible for ensuring that such sexual harassment doesn't occur. So senior staff has to be approachable. Senior staff has to be gender sensitized. हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी में क्या हुआ? A very senior professor went to the hostel, girls hostel, और गर्ल्स हॉस्टल गर्ल्स शिकायत लगा रही है कि मैम बॉयज आके हमारे यहाँ पे बहुत तंग करते हैं. So this very senior female professor says, अरे यार तुम्हारे boyfriends ही है ना? When a person at a senior level will say this, how many people would be able to approach? How many students would approach? So awareness नहीं दे सकते, awareness नहीं है बच्चों में, awareness नहीं है even amongst the faculty. We have to have a zero tolerance policy. We have to have prompt investigation. When you have to complain, what can you do? You need evidence. You need to be able to confront. You need to be able to report. But the major thing which you need is support from others. We have a lot of laws, we have a lot of policies, we have, India has the largest number of laws dealing with women. But what we do need is awareness. We need people coming together. And for this, it's not just women. Even men need to be included in this action. क्योंकि उन्हां दे नाल भी पार्टनरशिप होएगी तद ही काम चलेगा. गड्डी दे चार पहिए बराबर करने पैने हैं तद ही चल सकती है गड्डी, है ना? गड्डी दे सिर्फ दो पहिए नाल गड्डी नहीं चलूगी. दो पहिए ਵੱਡੇ होणगे दो छोटे होणगे ट्रैक्टर चल सकता है लेकिन कार नहीं चलूगी. Men will have to take an active stand for gender equality. Or mostly, what we need, Professor Harinder, Principal साहब दोनों empowerment दी गल कर रहे हैं. Empowerment की हुंदी है? Empowerment is the ability to make informed choices. और girls ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ protect करके रखते हैं, we say okay, what happens? लड़की जाके घर में शिकायत लगाती है कि रास्ते में मैं जा रही हूं तो मेरे साथ लड़के मिसबिहेव करते हैं. पहला रिस्पॉन्स पेरेंट्स का क्या है? कल से अकेली बाहर नहीं जाएगी, भाई साथ जाएगा या कोई और साथ जाएगा या तेरे को गाड़ी में छोड़ के आएंगे या फिर जाएगी नहीं. Protecting, that's not the response which is required. What we need to do is to ensure that she is empowered enough to be able to stand up for herself. And at the same time, we need to teach the boys that you need to respect girls' rights, their physical integrity. You may have seen the movie Pink. When Amitabh Bachchan says no means no. वो no जो है, वो किसी भी वक्त कहा जा सकता है. आपकी आज की गर्लफ्रेंड कल आपको no कह सकती है. She has every right to say no without a fear of acid attack, without a fear of rape, without a fear that this boy is going to attack me in a public place because I have said no to him. So we need to learn, these are the aspects which we need to learn. उसके साथ साथ हमें कुछ concepts ऐसी हैं जिनके meanings हमें change करने पड़ेंगे. मर्दानगी का मतलब क्या है? मर्दानगी का मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप डंडा उठा के दूसरों को मार सकते हैं. मर्दानगी caring masculinity भी हो सकती है. You need to change the meanings. Equality का मतलब क्या है? Equality is not just formal equality. हमारा संविधान कहता है equality of opportunity. But equality of opportunity is not enough when we are not cutting those shackles जो हमें बांध के रख रहे हैं. तो ये ऐसी कुछ concepts जो हैं जो जेंडर रोल्स हमने बचपन से सिखाए. हम कहते हैं लड़के जो है ना बहुत लड़ाई बंदूकां फटाफट चक लेंगे. सिखाते क्या है हम जेंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन में? बचपन में लड़की को टॉयज क्या देते हैं? डॉल्स एंड बर्तन, और लड़के को गन्स एंड कार्ड्स. We've taught them right at that time कि गन्स तुम्हारे लिए नेचुरल हैं, और गर्ल्स को हमने सिखाया कि तुमने तो दैट बार्बी डॉल, वो 36 26 36 वाली फिगर होनी चाहिए. तो एनोरेक्सिया तब सिखा दिया हमने. लड़के को हमने सिखा दिया कि तुमने तो डिशू डिशू सीखना है. बॉयज डोंट क्राई, बॉयज विल बी बॉयज, बॉयज विल बी वायलेंट. We've taught them these. We need to change those ways of socialization. तभी ये सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट की जो इशू है वो हम तभी खत्म कर सकते हैं. We need to be able to, for the girls, we need to be able to raise our voices. जब जेंडर बायस, जब इनइक्वालिटी होती है, तो अगर हम अपने लिए खड़े नहीं होंगे, I don't mean to say that we need to start fighting for everything, but we need to change biases. We need to change our language biases. We need to change our social biases. हमारे खुद की मेंटालिटी हमें चेंज करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि हम खुद को अगर हम इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं देंगे तो हमें समाज इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं देगा. We deserve better treatment. I deserve better treatment. So I will treat myself with respect, and others will be bound to give that respect to me. Because this is the most crucial sphere for change. और सोसाइटी और कम्युनिटी आपको ये रिस्पेक्ट नहीं दे सकता जब तक आप खुद को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं देंगे, जब इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे रिस्पेक्ट नहीं होगा. So we can only change the world by changing ourselves. As Kamala Bhasin, जिसने she's recently passed away, a feminist scholar, she said, ये ताना बाना बदलेगा, तू खुद को बदल, तभी तो जमाना बदलेगा. With that, I end my lecture. Thank you very much for listening to me. I was seeing the comments of the students. I hope I have been able to clarify something. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's like really a pleasure to listen to you actually. You have given such a captivating, interesting and knowledgeable talk, and we will definitely learn many things from your words of knowledge. As she has rightly highlighted that this gender discrimination is not something that has been emerged in the present time. It is an old age practice. Like people from past few decades till to the present time, they used to teach their boys and girls, like he's a boy, you have to play role like this only, and if you are girl, you have to play role like this only. And girls, they are always taught to be quiet. Like whatever happens to them, they are always taught to that they should better remain quiet only. They are not somebody who can raise a question. They are not somebody who can ask for any right. They are somebody who always remain quiet. But as ma'am has highlighted a thing that girls, they should come in forefront and they should ask for equality in every sphere because it is their right, and then only the development of the nation and the society whole is possible. So we are very happy and we are very glad, and it is really an honor to have you with us, and we can have from your wisdom of knowledge few words, and it is really a knowledgeable for us. Your lecture, your talk will be very fruitful for us. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's really a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much. So with this thing, and thereafter, I would like to call upon my next speaker, worthy Dr. Harkirandeep Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. Ma'am, please be with us. She will share her views on gender pay gap in India, a socio-legal analysis. Ma'am Harkirandeep Kaur, are you listening to me? She will be with us within a while only. Unmute yourself. Ma'am, please unmute yourself, ma'am. Harkiran, ma'am, kindly unmute yourself. I think I had to make a call. Hello. Okay. Ma'am, now just try once.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure always coming on the platform of SSM College, Dinanagar. And it's really an honor for me whenever Dr. Harinder calls me up, and it's always a yes from my side to be a part of this institution. And thanks to Dr. R.K. Tuli, Principal, SSM College, Professor Harinder for giving me an opportunity. So this is really the platform which I always want to be a part of and share my opinions on this theme, that is gender pay gap, which is very relevant even for today. So ma'am, I have a PPT which I want to share with you all.
Yes, please.
Just give me a minute. So here I go with my PPT. The topic for my presentation is gender pay gap in India, social legal analysis. So living in India, everybody as the participants are young students only. They might have also witnessed in their homes a discrimination which is being met with the girls in India, or particularly the women in India. So this gender pay gap, what does this implies? When I talk about this gender pay gap, this simply means the gap, which is the difference in pay scales between the earnings of the men and women who are under some kind of paid employment. So यहाँ पे when we talk about gender pay gap, it means the discrimination which is already being done between the men and the women जो हमारी society में exist कर रहा है. Along with that, we are making discrimination when men and women are doing some kind of job together. But till we can witness this thing that there is a huge gap when it comes to the pay which we are giving to the men and the women. So gender pay gap here means that this is the difference between the wages or the pay or remuneration. We can use so many terms for this, which we are giving to men and the women. So gender pay gap is a parameter also for measuring the women's income in relation to men. So when we compare the earnings of the men and the women together, so gender pay gap implies that this is the instrument by which we can just make a measurement of what earnings the woman is making and what earnings the man is making. So this is only a kind of an indicator only for the purpose of measuring the gap between them. Then gender pay gap also implies the differences in wages of the men and the women and the income disparity. So basically my topic revolves around the income disparity which is prevalent between the men and the women. So gender pay gap is not something we are paying some kind of salaries. It simply implies that these are the gaps which are more deeper. So according to your International Labour Organization, gender pay gap has been defined that this is the average difference between the remuneration which are paid to the men and the women. So International Labour Organization के अगर data की अगर हम बात करते हैं, so according to 2018 and 19 report of this International Labour Organization, they have just given a report that the women they earn around 20% less wages than the men. So this is the reason कि we can see कि when this is not the problem which is peculiar to India only, कि gender pay gap this is prevalent in India only. This is a global problem. This is a multi-dimensional problem. Now the reasons, because we have learned so many discriminations which are being, the journal theme of the topic is that the discrimination which is being met with the women at the workplace. But the discrimination with the women, it starts from your home only. Ladki, when a girl is born, so we feel like we are not happy with the birth of the girl. So India में the societal setup is such कि जो discrimination this starts with your family, then the discrimination is done at the level of your society, then at all levels we are meeting up with the discrimination only. So gender pay gap, this is not something. Now I'm just coming to the reasons. What are the reasons why this gender pay gap is so much prevalent? Now gender pay gap is not only a measure, we are just calculating the wage discrimination only, but there are certain other things also which are the reasons why this discrimination is being met when we come to making payment to the men and the women. So first reason for this gender pay gap is the deep-rooted discrimination between the genders, which is prevalent in India. So India may being a patriarchal nature of society, being a male-dominated society, so there is a discrimination which is done with the females from their birth itself only. You might have heard about this thing, female infanticide, female feticide. If when a girl is born, we just kill the girl, we just murder the girl because we don't want the girl child. Because हमें लगता है कि the girls they are not going to represent, they are burden on the family only. उसकी शादी करनी पड़ेगी, उसको पढ़ाना पड़ेगा, उसको शादी के बाद डिवोर्स देना पड़ेगा. तो इसलिए जो हमारा सोशो इकोनॉमिक कंडीशंस है which are prevailing in India, this has further given this disparity between the pay of men and the women. Apart from this, existing and multidimensional inequalities which are existing in India or at the international level between the men and the women, they are also responsible for this discrimination in the pay gap. Moreover, lack of women's participation in India, women are not allowed to participate in every sphere of the life. चाहे वो already Professor Malvinder has said कि decision making में, we need to empower the women because women are not allowed to participate in any areas of life. Even if it be something we are taking a decision in our families, women are not given the chance that they are going to participate in the decision making. So certain more reasons that have come up with why this gender pay discrimination is existing. This is one of the reasons is that women's participation is 27% less than that of men. So lack of labor participation. Labor workforce may women are not allowed to participate. Dominance of the men in all the labor organizations, whatever the trade unions are existing, any of the labor organizations, any of the work front organizations which are existing, you can see the dominance of the men only. There is not any union which is dominated by the female. So this is also one of the reasons that the lack of women's labor force participation, which has given rise to this gender pay, because women cannot negotiate on this issue. Second thing is lack of opportunities of equal access to education and employment. No doubt that these days women are being given equal right to educate also. There are women who are more educated than the men, but whenever it comes to your payment or the wages, women are paid less wages as even if they are more qualified than the men. The next thing is discrimination with women at the workplace. Already Professor Manvinder has given a long debate on this thing, that the discrimination, a sexual discrimination at the workplace. So whenever women they are facing any kind of discrimination at the workplace, then they take a step back that we don't want to, because we are not having any kind of safety provisions in the industries, in the establishments. So discrimination with the women at the workplace, sexual discrimination and any other kind of discrimination, that is also the reason that why this disparity in pay gap is existing. The night shifts unsafe for women. Generally, the biological way the women have grown up, right? If we look at the biology of the women or the physical appearance of the women are not safe that they can go out at night and they can work. So night shift, we women are not preferring. So women are preferring those kind of jobs where there is secure. Like we are preferring teaching is a very good job for the women. They can go, they can come back, they can look after their families. So night shift being unsafe for women, women are not opting for such kind of jobs. The responsibilities of family on the women, because a working woman, she has to run the family also. She has to look for her kids also. She has to look for, after coming back from a working place, she is engaged in the household chores also. So this is also the reasons for the women, that women has to make a balance between their personal life and between their work life. So this is also one of the reasons that why this is gender, because women are happy with whatever they are getting because they need to spare time for their families also. So my again certain other reasons why this gap is existing, that women's work is taken for granted in the patriarchal setup. Generally, if we go about, I talk about the ancient India or I talk about Manu's time, the position of women was very bad. Women was always held, Manu ke according it was ki women has to be under the father till she is not married. After marriage, women has to be under the husband, and after the death of the husband, women has to be under her sons. So women was never taken as an independent entity in herself. She was always has to be a dhagani, the term we use for the women, that she has to be under the shadow of the father, under the shadow of the husband, under the shadow of her sons. So that's why in this patriarchal setup which we are having in India, women's work, whatever contribution she are doing, that is always taken for the granted only. Then the customary practices, they have also undermined the women, because we see in our male dominated society, the job of the woman is that she has to rear children only, and she has to look after the family only. She has to cook food for the family. She has to wash clothes for the family. So this cultural mind setup, this has also undermined the status. It's only that now the women have become independent. They're moving out. They're working. They are becoming financially independent. But again, the customary practices, the things which are prevailing in our families, they have undermined and they have taken the women for granted. Then there is always a preference for the male leadership and the supervisory positions. If you see in any association, in any organization, there is always preference that men are better leaders than the women, right? And always we see that on the higher position, they are always males. They are always occupying the supervisory positions only. And this is again one of the reasons that preference of the organizations for the male leadership and supervisory positions, that women, their work is being taken for granted only. Then lack of support for child care, because women have to look after the families also. They have to look after the but it's become a role in also that policies that what we after no, even after
Hello, yes, I think there is some connectivity error. Yes, now it's so. Now it's fine.
the pay gap get debating still
Yes, excuse me, ma'am. I think on your part, there's some internet connection problem.
Just give me a minute.
Yes, ma'am. Now it's fine, ma'am.
It's just getting disconnected, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Yes. Now it's fine.
So pay gap and legal provisions we were talking about, that even in 21st century we are still debating on this issue, that gender pay gap is still existing. हम इस प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर हम लोग इसके बारे में बात करें, it means there is some still problem. So this is again a challenge to our constitutional provision. In the way back in the year 1950 already, in the Constitution of India, Article 14 of the Constitution has been provided, which talks about equality to fulfill the goal of equal pay for the equal men. But still, that is a challenge for the Indian Constitution, for the Indian government, that we are not able to provide equal wages to men and the women. Then coming to this legal provisions again. So Article 15 of the Constitution, Article 15 clause 3 basically provides that we can make special provision for the women, but still we can still witness that there are instances of pay disparity between the men and the women. Then already Professor Malvinder has talked about Article 16 of the Constitution of India, that equality of opportunity in matters of public appointment. On paper, there is nothing lacking. We have all the good provisions which are dealing with that how we can uplift the status of women in India. Article 15 talks about that we can uplift the status of women in India by enacting special provisions for women. But still we can witness that this disparity is existing between the, as far as the wages are concerned, between the men and the women. Then Article 16 provides for equality of opportunity in matters of public employment. So here is when we are talking about the women, they are occupying same jobs, same position, they are getting equal wages. But here the point is that here we are talking about the matters of public employment. When I talk about unorganized sector, यहाँ पे women they are engaged in the unorganized sector. So we can imagine their plight. What would be the plight? The women who is doing work on the roads. ठीक है, आप लोगों ने विटनेस किया होगा घर में हमारे जो डोमेस्टिक वर्कर्स होते हैं, what wages we are paying to them. So there is no equality of wages when we talk about workers who are in the unorganized sector, because they people don't have any kind of organization who can look after them also. Then Article 39 of the Constitution of India, which is a directive principle of the state policy, it also gives a direction to the states that we need to formulate such policies which are providing adequate means of livelihood to every person, including women, equal pay for the equal work. Then way back in the year 1976, the Equal Remuneration Act was passed. Main purpose of this act was that we have to finish this gender-based discrimination as far as remuneration is concerned. Now, this act has legally fixed the liability of the employer that we need to pay same wages to both men and the women for doing the same. So, यहाँ पे हमारा concept आता है कि men and women, they are doing the similar kind of work. So, it is a responsibility of the employer. He need to pay the same wages to both men and the women. Now, this disparity was also existing because of the reason because men, they are physically strong, so they do more work as compared to the women. So this was also one of the reasons that why women, they were not given equal wages as compared to the men, even if they were doing similar kinds of jobs. So for this purpose, the government has enacted the Equal Remuneration Act 1976 that we need to any kind of discrimination on the basis of this thing. Then this act is also applicable to any kind of matters like recruitment, training, and promotions. Then we have मुझे लगता है डिस्कनेक्ट हुआ करना मैं कंटिन्यू करती हूँ. So coming to, we have already discussed Equal Remuneration Act. Now coming to this sexual harassment of women at the workplace, already Professor Manvinder has given her account in detail, so I am not going into detail with this sexual harassment of women at the workplace. So sexual harassment of women at the workplace, Prevention, Prohibition, Redressal Act 2013. So this act is applicable in every establishment where there are more than 10 workers. Any kind of sexual harassment being done to women, that can be prevented by way of this act. Then we have the latest law. This is Code on Wages 2019, and this act has already repealed this Equal Remuneration Act 1976. Now this Code on Wages, it provides a specific provision for anti-discrimination, and it prohibits any kind of discrimination against the employers on the basis of gender with regard to wages. Now this is the new Code on Wages 2019, the new legislation which has already repealed 4 laws, and it has been clubbed, and this Code on Wages has been enacted. Basic purpose of this Code on Wages is that it specifically has replaced this anti-discrimination, and it prohibits discrimination against the employees on the basis of gender. So when we talk about gender, it means it covers all the genders. It covers your LGBTQ also, your transgenders also. So we are not confined on the Code of Wages Act on discrimination between the men and women also. So Equal Remuneration Act was only providing for prohibition between men and women, but this is prohibiting discrimination on the basis of gender, including other genders also, like your lesbians, your gays, and your transgenders communities also. Then gender pay. Now the Indian Supreme Court, they have come with the concept of gender pay gap and unequal pay. So unequal pay implies that situations where women are paid less as compared to men for the similar work. So unequal pay here refers to the situations where women are being paid less wages as compared to the men, when both men and women, they are performing the same kind of work. Now, this is again because of the reason that the prevailing male-dominated mindset, which provides less pay to women as compared to men for the same job and same qualifications only. Then gender pay and the role of Supreme Court of India. The Supreme Court of India being the apex court, the highest court in the country, it has played a very proactive role when it comes to that we have to ensure equal wages to both men and the women. Now, the proactive role of the Supreme Court, it has tried to remove certain inequalities in income which were already existing in India. So, one of the landmark cases is Ranveer Singh versus Union of India, in which case Supreme Court of India has said the principle of equal pay for equal work is not a fundamental right, but this is recognized as your constitutional role. So in this case, Supreme Court ने ये कहा था कि I hope everybody knows about the concept of fundamental rights. That principle of equal pay for equal work is not a fundamental right, but still this is recognized as a constitutional goal, and this is the duty of the government that we have to realize this constitutional goal and fulfill the principle of equal pay for equal work for both the men and women when they are performing same kind of work. So in this particular case, only Supreme Court has held that Article 39D, which provides for you equal pay for equal work, is a directive principle only. But we have to read this principle along with Article 14 and Article 16 of the Constitution of India, because Article 14 deals with your right to equality and Article 16 provides equal opportunities for public employment. In this particular case, court has concluded the concept of equal pay for equal work can be deduced if these articles they are properly applied, because directive principle that is non-enforceable. We cannot enforce that principle. But when we are reading this Article 39 of equal pay for equal work along with Article 14 and 16, so we can apply this concept of equal pay for equal, and this has been held to be one of the constitutional goals only. Then in state of Punjab and others versus Jagjit Singh and others, Supreme Court has held कि जो temporary employees होते हैं, they perform equivalent responsibilities and function to those performed by permanent employees. So they are also entitled to same pay as similarly located permanent employees. So my purpose of including this case here is that when we are giving, the Supreme Court is recognizing that the temporary employees, they are entitled to same wages to which permanent employees are concerned, then why we are bringing this disparity along with the women? So even if women, they are working shoulder to shoulder with the men, right? They are also entitled that they should be given the same wages which are we paying to the men also. Then in McKenzie versus Andrew DeCosta, Supreme Court has held that men and women employed, they should be paid equally for the same work. Then this is Ministry of Defense versus Babita Punia. This is the latest judgment of 2020 that you can just imagine that starting from 1950 when the Constitution of India came into relation and coming back to 2020, the Supreme Court of India has now removed this blanket restriction which was imposed on the women officers for holding higher rank posts. Now this judgment is basically talking about that the women, they can have permanent commissions now in the higher armed forces also. This thing, it was earlier applicable to the men only. So for this reason, this 2020 judgment, it has removed this restriction that was imposed that the women, they are also capable of holding higher post in the higher offices which are being reserved for the men only. Now this decision of the Supreme Court, this has given a new path of gender equality, and at least in this 21st century, we can think of that all the higher posts in which we expect that men, they are going to be leaders, or all the supervisory position, men are better leaders than the women. This judgment is a path-breaking judgment which has given a new landmark for your gender equality, and we are trying to establish the gender equality here. Then at the international level, if we talk about, so the United Nations International Labour Organization, we have this Equal Remuneration Convention 1951, with the main focus of this convention is on gender discrimination in employment, and it also provides principles for equal remuneration for work of equal value, whether they are performed by men or women. The equal pay for equal work, this is again one of the United Nations Sustainable Goals 2030. So United Nations has come with 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which the United Nations expect from all the nations to achieve by the year 2030. And equal pay for equal work is one of the goals which the United Nations wish to achieve by the year 20. So we can hope that by the year 2030, we might be able to achieve this goal that we are providing. We are removing this gender pay gap between the men and the women, and we can ensure equal pay for equal work it as a kind of a sustainable development goal by the year 2030. Now, keeping in view this thing, September 18 is recognized as your International Equal Pay Day, so that we can raise awareness among the women across the globe. They can fight for this thing, that this is our right, and this International Labour Organization has recognized this as a kind of your human right only. That this is also a basic human right for the women, that when they demand equal pay with regard to men. So this is with regard to now how this problem can be. This is a new challenge which is coming up before us, and the college has come up with a very you can say very relevant thing, which is very relevant in today's time, that how this problem of gender pay gap, that we are sitting here, we are debating on this issue. So this is something serious challenge which is existing in India, and how we can overcome this thing. So earlier, the feminists, they have fought for their voting rights. We have been fighting along, because in India, being a male-dominated society, women has always looked down. They are not contributing in any way, but women have equally contributed for their. They are equally participant in the national mainstream also. So women have earlier fought for securing voting rights for them. Now this area of gender pay gap is something still which needs the attention of the women at the national level, at the international level. So as far as equality principle is concerned, equality cannot be achieved in the field of equal pay for men and women unless and until we recognize the work of the women, that they are also doing equal work along with the men. So since when women are working shoulder to shoulder with the men, then why we are doing this discrimination with them? So there is certain things that have tried to come up, that how we can try to remove these barriers of this pay gap between the men and women. First of all, there is a need that we need to bridge the gap between this disparity. So we need to narrow down this gap. This can be done by empowering the women, by removing social injustice. The problem is not that the women are not empowered. Women are already empowered. We are providing lots of education opportunities to the women, and there are certain areas where women are more qualified as compared to the men. But the problem is that we need to empower women. We need to provide them more opportunities by removing the social injustice to which they have been subjected since time immemorial. Then the second thing is that we need to encourage women participation in the labor force, and we need to create safer environments. So these days, if you might have witnessed that women, they have started writing
Harkiran ma'am, I think there's another connectivity issue from your side. Are you listening to me?
Yes, ma'am, I have joined back.
Okay, okay.
So almost I'm coming back to my last slide only. So again, companies, they should also invest in training and staff, so that we can sensitize people about gender pay gap, and there is a need for proper legislation for paternity benefits. In India, we have this policy. We have that's already मैंने discuss किया था, Maternity Benefit Act 1961, which provides maternity leave to the women. That if she has a child is born to her, she can take a leave for 6 months. Paid leave होती है. But I think along with that, there has to be a proper legislation. There has to be an inclusive policy, that where we can give paternity benefit to the men also. That the men, the father of the child, he should also take a leave, and he should can also understand that what are the problems the women is facing. So when we will be involving men into these kind of things, because women is already doing unpaid domestic labor. Women are already involved. घर पे भी काम करना है, ऑफिस में भी काम करना है, घर के काम के लिए we are not paying anything to the women. So when we will be involving men, that we are giving large maternity benefit, or we are giving a paternity leave, already हमारे legislation में we are giving 15 days paternity leave to the father of the child. But when we will be giving them longer leaves, they can understand the problems through which the women are going. So we have to balance the unpaid domestic labor of the women also and the work which she is performing. So there is a need to, we have to give a multi-dimensional look that how we can reduce this pay gap between the women. And for this, I think we need to empower the women. Women are already empowered, women are already educated also. But still the problem is that we need to have participation, more participation of the women in the labor force. So this is some from my side that how we can reduce the barriers between the pay disparity which is existing between the men and the women. This is a very relevant topic, very debatable topic, that we can come up with so many solutions that we can. The problem area is not the organized sector. The problem area is that men and women, they are working 8 hours a day, 9 hours a day, but again, women are paid less wages as compared to the men. So these are my certain suggestions where we can look forward that how we can meet up with this problem. So once again, I thank you, Professor Harinder, Professor Tulli, for giving me an opportunity to share my views on this platform. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. This is from my side.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harkirandi, for joining us, for sharing your valuable views. And we really happy to have your valuable suggestions also. She began with discussing the present position of women nowadays, like what are the problems, why they are not getting equal access, why they are not getting equal opportunity in all the fields. Like, first of all, there is a circumstance when we have the mentality that men, as she has highlighted, that men are better than women. They are better leaders. So when there is something, when there is a position when we have to give priority, men always taken the place. So this is something that is the problem. And moreover, a woman, she is more overpowered by the domestic work, and this is something that capture and it hindered the progress of the women. So this is the present condition as highlighted by Dr. Harkiran in her talk. And thereafter, she also suggests us the remedial measures. She also let us know about what are the legislation, like what are the legal provisions that will help us. She explained very well about the different articles which help every woman to take her right and to take her right place in the society. And thereafter, she let us know that there is only one thing that we can do better for the woman, that is to empower her. And to empower her means to educate her, and not only educate means to give her education, it means to empower her by availing her various legal provisions about her rights. Like, if something wrong will happen to her, that what is the legal right, what are the legal provisions she can do that will help her out. So thank you so much, ma'am. We are really glad. We are really honored to have you with us, and we learn very meaningful things, very valuable things from your talk. Thank you so much, and we look forward to have you with us again. So thank you so much. Now I'm just disturbing the program schedule because another speaker, Advocate Mrs. Balvinder Kaur, she has an urgent appointment, and this is why she wants to talk to the participants. So I'm introduce our next speaker. She is Mrs. Balvinder Kaur, Advocate District Court Complex, Gurdaspur. She has joined us, and now she will address few words to the participants and rest of the speakers. Madam Balvinder Kaur, are you hearing me? मैम सुन रहे हो आप मुझे? So participants, like, kindly please wait for 2 or 3 minutes. Balvinder ma'am, kindly unmute yourself. मैम बस अनम्यूट कर रहे हैं और फिर जल्दी ही हमें ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं. यस बलविंदर मैम ने ज्वाइन कर लिया है. बलविंदर मैम आप प्लीज अनम्यूट कर लो अपने आप को. अनम्यूट वाले उस पे प्रेस कर लो आप. मैं अपने टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि वो अनम्यूट कर दें उन्हें, इफ पॉसिबल। मैं पार्टिसिपेंट्स एंड गेस्ट को थोड़ा रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि वो फिर सिर्फ 2 और 3 दिन कोऑपरेट करें। एक्चुअली उनको थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम आ रही है इसको ऑपरेट करने में, तो जैसे ही वो अनम्यूट करते हैं वो हमारे साथ आई थिंक मैम को थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा। नेक्स्ट आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल अपॉन डॉक्टर अरनीत कौर। मैम प्लीज यू कंटिन्यू प्लीज। डॉक्टर अरनीत कौर। I think okay, Aneet ma'am, please wait on. I think she has put on speaker.
मैम मेरी आवाज
हाँ जी हाँ जी।
आवाज हाँ प्रिंसिपल साहब डॉक्टर साहब and other speakers, I am here to talk upon the matter of the enumeration which is less than the men's. I am very happy that I have given the time to speak on this. मैम जो वुमन एम्पावरमेंट ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਵੂਮਨ ਤੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਹੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਪਾਵਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ ਸਕੂਲ 'ਚ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਜੌਬ 'ਚ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਪੇਸ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਗੱਲ ਹੈਗੀ ਲੇਬਰ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਦੀ। ਲੇਬਰ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੂਮਨਸ ਨੂੰ ਹਰਾਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਆਦਮੀਆਂ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਘੱਟ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਪਰ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੰਵਿਧਾਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਕਨਸਟੀਟਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਫੰਡਾਮੈਂਟਲ ਰਾਈਟ ਜੋ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਇੱਕ ਸਪਸ਼ਟ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਆਦਮੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੂਮਨ ਐਂਡ ਮੈਨ ਨੂੰ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਪੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਪਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਕਚੁਅਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ। ਪਰ ਇਹ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਵੂਮਨਸ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਪ ਸਮਝਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੇਬਰ ਕੋਰਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਧਿਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਮੈਂ ਵੂਮਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ, ਸਾਡੇ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਨਿਕਲੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਵੇਖਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਦਮੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਡਿਪੈਂਡ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਵੂਮਨ ਤੇ ਹੈਗਾ। ਕਿਸੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀ ਮਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਇੰਸਪੀਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀ ਭੈਣ ਤੋਂ ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀ ਵਾਈਫ ਤੋਂ ਇੰਸਪੀਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਲੈਂਦਾ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਸੋ ਕਿਉ ਮੰਦਾ ਆਖੀਏ ਜਿਤ ਜੰਮੇ ਰਾਜਾਨ। ਤੇ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਰਾਈਟਰ ਨੇ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਤਰੱਕੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਕਈ ਆਪਣੇ ਬਣੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਰਾਜੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਸੀ ਬੈਕਗਰਾਉਂਡ ਸੀਗੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਤੋਂ ਇੰਸਪੀਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਪਣੀ ਮਦਰ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਂ ਵਾਈਫ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਲੇਡੀ ਤੋਂ ਲਈ ਸੀਗੀ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੇਬਰ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਵਾਲ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿ ਲੇਬਰ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਘੱਟ ਰਿਮੂਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਪਰ ਲੇਡੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਹੱਕ ਬਣਦਾ ਪੂਰੀ ਪੇ ਦਾ, ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੇ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਹੈ, ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੀ ਪਰ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ 16 ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਦੀ ਪੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ। ਸਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਆਈ ਸਟਾਪ ਦਿਸ ਟੌਪਿਕ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਆਲ ਰਾਈਟ ਜੀ।
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਬਲਵਿੰਦਰ ਮੈਮ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ। ਇੰਨੇ ਬਿਜ਼ੀ ਸ਼ਡਿਊਲ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੈਲਿਊਬਲ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜਾ
30 पे मैं बिल्कुल जाती हूँ स्टूडेंट से।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. इन्ना बिजी शेड्यूल होने के बावजूद भी तुसीं 2 मिनट मतलब दिते सब नु एड्रेस करने वास्ते थैंक यू सो मच. Next, I would like to invite our worthy speaker, Dr. Unequal, to please join us and to say few words. So let the other people know about like what is gender pay gap and how we can over this problem. Aneet ma'am, please join us. Aneet ma'am. Yes. Unmute. Ma'am, you need to put your mic unmute. Unmute yourself. Yes.
Hanji ma'am, just give me 2 minutes. I just want to start with my presentation.
Okay, fine. By the time Aneet ma'am is preparing herself, I have one request that in a chat box an attendance link has been shared. Participants, please make sure that you have to fill the attendance form and submit the same. And I have one request for all the speakers. So please make sure that our few participants, they have a few questions to ask. So in the question answers round, like 12:30, we will ask the same questions, and speakers, please be obliged to share the same and to answer the participants. Now over to you, Aneet ma'am.
Professor Harinder, I have to leave by 12 o'clock. I had told you that I have a...
Yes. Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, fine
So
then.
I will not be able to answer questions at 12:30. So anybody wants to ask, if you can give them 2 minutes right now.
Okay then. So ma'am, on behalf of participants, I'll raise the question. So for you, they have a question that is there any way that we can change the present scenario of women? Like we can educate them as well. Is there any other way we can encourage them to participate in the workforce? Like they can better take part in the workforce, like and they can join the workplace. Like most of the girls, like being they are educated, they have done their graduation, they have done their masters. Like and after marriage, they they never go for job, they never go for employment purpose. So is there any way we can support them, we can motivate them to do the same?
Yes, that the most important thing for that is the socialization. जिसे हम समाजीकरण कहते हैं, तो socialization हम कैसे कर रहे हैं? जब तक हमारी जो बचपन से socialization ये है कि the girls are not supposed to work. They are supposed to do the gender roles. अगर काम करना है, तो that is a side kind of, even that is what we learn na, ki what we are earning is kind of our pocket money. The man is supposed to support the family. So that socialization has to change. We need to learn right from the beginning that work means that employment, not just working. All women work. Okay, we work even when if we are not earning money. काम सब करती हैं. But the idea is कि employment लेने ਲਈ what is important is social. बचपन से हमें अगर ये सिखाया जाए कि yes, your employment also matters, not only to yourself, for your own personality, for your society, for your organization, for your family, everything becomes important. So that would be the basic thing for encouraging women to join the workforce.
Okay, yes, thank you, ma'am. So this is a question from our respective participant from your side. Thank you so much for answering this question. Now just I request all the speakers to please unmute yourself and put your video so that we can take a group picture. Dr. Harkiran, Dr. Harjot, please put your video on so that we can take a group picture. And in the meanwhile, our principal sir is joining us.
ये ना पीटीआर से ये है ना पीटीआर
Okay. Dr. Harjot, are you listening to me? Yes, everyone, please wait for a minute. Like principal sir is joining us in a while. Gallery open kar. Professor Shushma, in charge women's cell, please open put on your video so that we can have a group picture. मनविंदर मैम बस 2 और 3 मिनट है, ये सर ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, हम तभी एक ग्रुप पिक्चर ले लेंगे।
ठीक है जी, नो प्रॉब्लम।
यस थैंक यू प्रिंसिपल सर ने ज्वाइन कर लिया है प्रिंसिपल सर बस हम एक फॉर्मल ग्रुप पिक्चर के लिए यस यू ऑल यस सर ने ज्वाइन कर लिया थैंक यू सर हम एक ग्रुप पिक्चर ले लें
ओके
यस सभी स्पीकर्स प्रेजेंट हैं प्लीज एक ग्रुप पिक्चर मैं अपने टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि वो एक ग्रुप पिक्चर ले ले okay thank you all thank you so much we have taken a picture thank you all and now I request Dr. Arneet that please continue with your presentation.
I request your permission to leave, Professor Harinder. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Madam Arneet is going to start.
A very good morning to all of you. I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, a very warm welcome to all of you, and I am thankful to Principal Tulli sir and Professor Harinder for giving me again an opportunity to present my views on a topic which is of great relevance and burning relevance in this era, that is gender discrimination at the workplace in India, law and the policy. So this topic, I'll start this topic with this quote by Swami Vivekananda, that there is no chance for the welfare of the world unless the condition of women is improved. It is not possible for a bird to fly only on one wing. Historically, we know that women took up these activities, that is income generating activities, out of compulsions in order to sustain their family. But we know there is passage of time, there is change in the scenario. Now many women work for their self-evolution and growth. And now they are no longer as passive members of the society. They are an important segment of the total workforce, contributing in various degrees to the socio-economic development. But if we see the other side, then no doubt they have become a very active member of the workforce. Another side shows that working women, for them to work in India has never been easy. It's a tough mental exercise, as they carry the traditional package of looking after their households, as well as working both the things, looking after the children. Same time, they have to multitask themselves. And moreover, if they multitask them also, they also have to face gender discrimination at several stages in their workplace. So there are many kinds of gender discrimination they are facing. So according to Fortune India, India has one of the lowest female labor force participation rates in the world. We say that the participation has increased, but when we compare our country with the rest of the world, we'll see that the participation rates, they are lowest. And majority of women who are working, they are working in the informal sector. No doubt there we have more women graduates, but the number of those graduates who are joining the corporate sector is quite low. Their percentage is quite low. Now, if we study the present scenario, according to recent study and survey conducted out of 250 company CEOs in the financial year 2020, only 6 of them were women. The percentage of women CEOs and MDs dropped from 3.6% in March 2019 to 2.4% in 2020. You say the percentage is rather, it has gone down. There is a big gender gap in Indian companies at both top level and lower level, despite the fact that women were rated as more effective leaders before and during the crisis. According to a recent public labor force survey, the total percentage of the women's labor force in India is 18.6%, combining both rural and urban areas. The total percentage of men's labor force is 55.6%. Less than 1/4 of the Indian women are at work. Just less than 1/4 of the Indian women, they are working. The major issue about it is that even if a large number of women get employment at the early stages, the number decreases at mid-level or top level. Because even if they're getting employment at early stages, the number is decreasing. The reason being that many times they have to quit the job also. Due to the family pressures, looking after the family when they have the kids, they are being pressurized by their family members to leave their job. So many times they have to leave the job also. And moreover, many times they have to take long breaks. Like they have to take a child break for caring, looking after the child, maybe a 5-year, a 10-year break. And due to this, obviously their chances of promotion, they become quite less. So that is why in the mid-level and the top-level management, their number is less. And moreover, they have to make a balance between work life and personal life. They have to look after that also. That is why only 17% of the working women in India reach any managerial level. The rest of them, we have already discussed that they have to leave their jobs. Importantly, 90% of working women in India are involved in informal sector. The working women percentage is more in the informal sector. And in the informal and unorganized sector, we have domestic servants, we have small traders, we have field laborers, and with jobs, they are not properly regulated. There's a lot of exploitation in that sector. The women are paid very low. They have to work very hard, Even in a developed nation like United States, 42% of the women claim that they have faced some sort of gender discrimination at the workplace. And the figures in India will see that they're much higher. The gender discrimination rate is much higher in India as compared to the other nations like USA, the developed nations of the world. And the women in India continue to face stiff challenges in social resistance, even in the 21st century. Some common examples of gender discrimination include failure to promote, unfair treatment. So these are the kinds of gender discrimination the women are facing, like the failure to promote, the unfair treatment, earning lower wages as compared to their men counterpart, being given less demanding assignments. They're considered that they will not be able to do it. Men are given more assignments which are more better for their career prospects as compared to the women. Even they receive less support from supervisor based on one's gender, all of which are illegal practices. But out of these challenges, the most prominent one that is unequal pay work for the same work and the sexual harassment at the workplace. Unequal pay for the same work. This is also the main theme of your seminar also. So I am taking up these two. I'll take all the other discriminations also. The main focus is on unequal pay work for the same work and the sexual harassment, which is a very, very, which strikes at the very root of the self-respect and dignity of the women. So that is also being taken up in detail in this presentation. So these are the type of gender discrimination at the workplace. These 4 kinds I'll take up. And I'll also take up what is the law, which has being from the legal background, and what is the law which is available to tackle these kinds of discrimination. So types of gender discrimination at the workplace: the pay gap, unequal pay. They are paid for the same kind of work, they are paid less than their men counterparts. Then there is pregnancy discrimination, discrimination due to pregnancy. Then low rate of representation in senior management. And the most important of all, sexual harassment at the workplace. So first we'll take out the pay gap, the unequal pay. Many workplaces are not transparent about the amount of money they pay their workers or what their decisions are based on. They are not transparent with the policy that how much they are paying to the men, how much they are paying to the women. But research says that 1 in 4 working women say they have earned less than a man who was performing the same job. So 1 out of every 4 women, they say they have earned less than what the men were paid for the same job. Discrimination regarding unequal wage being paid to women for the same type of work is very much visible. Men folk are considered to be more dedicated and hardworking. Lower wages are given to female employees in spite of their qualifications and taking undue advantage of the situation through which and for which an individual is forced to go out and work. More deserving and hardworking women employees are sometimes being deprived of higher incentives and salaries as compared to the male counterparts. Another debatable issue is granting promotion and perks to male workers. So more promotion, more works, more salaries, more advantages are given to the male workers as compared to the female workers. It is not everywhere so, but in many areas, in many unorganized and private sector, it happens. And another is the second kind of discrimination they face is pregnancy discrimination. Many companies, they hesitate to hire female workers because of their potential desires to start families and effectively leave the workforce for a period of time. You know, just a few years back, I just came across one incident where in a very reputed college, it was a case, there was a female, she was refused employment because she was expecting, because the college management had an opinion that she will go on a maternity leave soon and that she will be occupied with her household responsibilities more, and she was not given the employment, and male was given the employment who was less qualified than that female. So this is a case of a college, but this is even this happens more in companies. The companies, MNCs, they hesitate to hire female workers because they just feel like that women may be involved in their families, and that is why they'll take maternity leave, they'll take break, and that is why they hesitate in that. Then working mothers still make less money than their male colleagues, regardless of credentials and experience. And female workers are often penalized for taking time off to give birth, taking time off to give birth, bond with their child, or receive prenatal care. Discrimination can be refusal to grant a job to the woman who is pregnant or dismissal of the women from the organization subject to her disclosure of the fact of pregnancy. Even some companies go to this extent, they to dismiss an employee who is pregnant. Women now hold more than third of roles in the boardroom of Britain's top 350 companies. If we'll say that nearly 33% of board positions in various FTSE 100 is held by women, but the position is not same in India. If we see India, the place for working women is far behind in the race of keeping them at the top at any managerial level. No doubt, since liberalization policies of the 1990s, India has witnessed a growth in the number of educated middle-class women in professions. But there are few women in leadership positions and decision-making bodies. So we have gone to the third kind of gender discrimination, that is low rate of representation in the senior management. Women in the country account for only 14% of leadership roles and 30% of professional and technical workers as per data from the World Economic Forum report. In the last 6 months, S&P 500 companies led by women CEO have outperformed those led by their male counterparts by an average of 1.2%. Yani ki performance of women CEOs has been better than that of their male counterparts. But still, when we'll see the data, the figures, the number of women CEOs is quite less as compared to their men counterparts. However, according to a recent study by executive research from Emma Partners in financial year 2020, India saw that only 6 of the top 250 company CEOs are women, out of which 3 are founders or belong to the family of promoters. So just out of 250 companies, the women is just 6. And out of that, only 3 are founder or the promoter from the family. According to Global General Gap Report 2021, it is going to take about 100 years to achieve gender equality based on the current rate of progress. Currently, if we see the representation of women in the senior management is so low, and it may take 100 years to reach that equality. Even when women have outperformed men counterparts in the senior management role, still they are preferred less, and male have more representation in the senior management. And this discrimination goes in the fashion industry also, where women are supposed to get the top jobs. They do, but still men rule there. And the most low representation is in the politics. When we see the Indian politics, so there is the women's participation is quite low as compared to men. So according to annual gender gap report 2021 by the World Economic Forum, political participation maintains the largest gap globally, worse than the 2019 edition of the report. We say that political participation has the largest gap. The percentage of women in politics is low as compared, quite low as compared to that of their men counterpart. Garima Devi Sikaria, deputy chairman in charge of Bitia, a small town in Bihar, put her concern forward that while taking about the discrimination she had faced to reach at the level she's right now. She said in her words, I am called a chairman. Even my designation is being overpowered by a man. So a designation also has a chairman. So many companies now use the word chairperson. So it should be gender neutral. It should not have that chairman. Comparing the overall leadership of effectiveness ratings of men versus women, women are rated as more effective leaders. This I have discussed before also. Now we'll come to the fourth kind of discrimination, gender discrimination at the workplace. That is a sexual harassment at the workplace, because sexual harassment constitutes a gross violation of women's right to equality and dignity. It has roots in patriarchy. It erodes equality and puts the dignity and the physical and psychological well-being of workers at risk. It leads to poor productivity and a negative impact on lives and livelihoods. To further compound the matter, deep-rooted socio-cultural behavior patterns, which create a gender hierarchy, tend to place responsibility on the victim, thereby increasing inequality in the workplace and in the society at large. According to Globe Today, workplace sexual harassment is increasingly understood as a violation of women's rights and a form of violence against women. It involves serious health, human, economic, and social costs, which manifests themselves in the overall development indices of a nation. But globalization has brought a radical change in the status of the women worldwide. Not a lot of women they have working in the mainstream workforce, but sexual harassment, due to this, sexual harassment has assumed greater dimensions. It is a form of gender discrimination which violates women's fundamental right to equality and right to life, which is granted under Article 14, 15, and 21 of the Indian Constitution. So what are the forms of sexual harassment at workplace? This was also discussed by earlier speaker also. So these are the two forms, quid pro quo and hostile working environment. So she has explained that with examples also. So I quit this slide. Now we'll come to the most important part, that what is a legislative mechanism to deal with gender discrimination at the workplace. First is Article 14, which says that equality before law for women. Article 15 says prohibit discrimination on the ground of sex. Article 15, Clause 1 says the state not to discriminate against any citizen on the grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them. Article 15, Clause 3 says the state to make any special provision in favor of women and children. Article 16, equality of opportunity for all citizens in matters relating to employment or appointment to any office under the state. So this article is really very important, which says that all the citizens, they should have equal access to all the employment opportunities. And Article 19, Clause 1 guarantees all citizens the right to practice any profession or to carry on any occupation, trade, or business. Thus, all persons are allowed to practice any trade of their choosing, and any act of gender discrimination is considered as a barrier to women entering the workplace. Article 42 provides for securing just and human conditions of work and maternity leave. So there should be just conditions, equal conditions should be provided to both men and women, and they should also have the opportunity of maternity leave. So these are the Article 42. When we come to Article 39, Article 42, these are the directive principles of the state. Article 39A in Part 4 of the Constitution urges state to ensure that citizens, men and women, equally have the right to an adequate means of livelihood, right to shelter, food, education, and work. So both men and women, all they have the right of adequate, both of them, all the genders, they have an adequate means of, they have a right to have an adequate means of livelihood, right to shelter, food, education, and work. And Article 39 Clause D, the state shall in particular direct its policy towards securing that there is equal pay for equal work for both men and women. So equality in pay, the first kind of gender discrimination which we have, discussed, that has this directive in this directive principle. Not only the state is required to protect the women from discrimination, but it is a fundamental duty of every individual to ensure that the dignity of women is protected. Article 51A reads as follows. It shall be the duty of every citizen of India to promote harmony and the spirit of common brotherhood amongst all the people of India, transcending religious, linguistic, and region or sectoral diversities, to announce practices derogatory to the dignity of women. Thus, it forms part of our personal obligation to protect the dignity of women and not to resort to any activities which are derogatory to the women. So it is a fundamental duty. So whether we see fundamental rights, whether we see directive principles, whether we see fundamental duties, in fundamental duties, this duty has been imposed on all to protect the dignity of the women, to renounce all the practices which are derogatory to the dignity of the women. So when we see our constitution, which is our ground norm, it has in all its fundamental rights, in fundamental duties, in the directive principles of state policy, which are directions to the state in order to frame policy in conversant with these principles. There is everywhere it is there that there should be, women should be given equal access to employment opportunities. They should have an equal right to work, equal right to promotions, equal pay for equal work. The dignity of the women should be protected. They should not be facing any sort of gender discrimination like sexual harassment. So all our constitution, it directs the legislation, the judiciary, to executive, all the wings, to work for their welfare of the women. And so that we have Equal Remuneration Act 1976. This act, no doubt it has been repealed by the Code of Wages Bill 2019, but that bill is also on the ground of this Remuneration Act. And this act, just a brief, just as one slide for this act, because this act was enacted in 1976 and it was there till 2019, till we didn't have the Code of Wages Bill. It has regulated, has worked for the ensuring equal pay for equal work for the women. And that is why a brief study is must into this act. Then this act is to provide for the payment of equal remuneration to men and women workers, for the prevention of discrimination on the ground of sex against women in the matters of employment and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. So Section 4 of the Act says that it is duty of the employer to pay equal remuneration to both men and women workers for the same work or work of a similar nature. No employer shall pay to any worker who is employed by him in an establishment or employment remuneration, whether payable in cash or kind, at rates less favorable than those at which remuneration is paid by him to the workers of the opposite sex in such establishment or employment for performing the work or work of a similar nature. Section 5 of the Act prohibits the employer from formulating a hiring process putting women on disadvantage on account of their gender, which is in reference to the work and is same and similar to that which is offered to men, and even in respect of transfers and promotions. So this act has mandated that the employer should pay equal remuneration to men and women, and in addition to that provide equal opportunities to men and women in case of service and in case of transfer and promotions. Now let's have a brief peep into few prominent cases. In the case of People Union of Democratic Republic versus Union of India 1982, women were paid only 7 per day as opposed to 9.25 per day for female workers. After hearing both sides, Justice P.N. Bhagwati held that the authorities need to ensure that men and women are paid equally. So women were paid 7 per day and men were paid 9.25. Then again in McKinson's McKenzie and Company Limited versus Audrey DeCosta, the court observed that discrimination in payment of wages to lady stenographers. They were paid less as compared to the male stenographers, and the court said that the company cannot do this, and they have to pay equally, and they cannot take this defense that they have some financial crunch and financial incapability. They have to pay to the women stenographers equally with the men stenographers. Then we have Code on Wages Act 2019, which has repealed the Equal Remuneration Act. So consistent with the Equal Remuneration Act, the code inter alia includes provisions prohibiting discrimination on the grounds of gender with respect to wages by employers with respect to same work or work of a similar nature done by employees. So it has removed, it has used the word gender, and it employs that all the genders, they have to be paid equally, and they have to be given equal opportunities for recruitment, and they cannot be discriminated for recruitment, for paying wages, for promotions. So they have to be given equal opportunities in all the respects. And moreover, this Code on Wages Act has also removed the discrepancy which was there in the Equal Remuneration Act, because it was not clear what is included in basic wages or salaries, whether additional emoluments are included or not, because it was said that in Equal Remuneration Act, the basic salary should be same. The men was paid more in the form of additional emoluments, and the act was, violated in that way. But now this has been clarified. What is the exact meaning of the wages taken? The wages that include emoluments also, and the equal remuneration should be paid to both the genders. Thus, the code is a well-intentioned piece of legislation which aims to balance the interest of the employer and the employee. Though the code contains substantial portions of the repealed legislation, it makes a decent attempt to replace their obsolete provisions. The provisions of the code inspire confidence in the business community, and further clarity can be realized once the subordinate legislation and rules under the code are in place. It would also be interesting to gauge how the other codes related to social security, industrial and safety, welfare, they are also working. Now, what are the safeguards which is available against discrimination on the grounds of pregnancy under the Maternity Benefit Act 1961? So an act to regulate the employment of women in certain establishments for certain periods and after childbirth, and to provide for maternity benefit and certain other benefits. Employment of work by women prohibited during certain period. No employer shall knowingly employ women in any establishment during the 6 weeks immediately following day of her delivery or miscarriage. No women shall work in any establishment during the 6 weeks immediately following the day of her delivery or miscarriage. So an employer is also prohibited from employing a woman from 6 weeks immediately following her delivery. Right to payment of maternity benefit. The women are being paid maternity benefit also, and the women, there can be no deduction from their normal and usual daily wages of a woman for any maternity benefit. The maximum period for which any woman shall be entitled to maternity benefit shall be a period of 6 weeks, which shall not be more than 6 weeks, and shall precede the date of her expected delivery. And if woman dies during the period, the maternity benefit shall be payable for the day and including the day of her death. But no woman shall be entitled to maternity benefit unless she has actually worked in the establishment of the employer from whom she claimed maternity benefit for a period less than 80 days in the 12 months immediately preceding the date of her expected delivery. That the female will be entitled to maternity benefit only that if in the last 12 months, preceding 12 months, the date of her delivery, she has worked at least 80 days in that organization. And if the employer fails to pay that maternity benefit to the women, he shall be punishable with imprisonment, which shall not be less than 3 months, but which may extend also further also, and fine which makes also extend from 2,000 to 10,000. Now, in addition to maternity benefit, she will also be paid medical bonus also. Now, as per the new Maternity Benefit Amendment Act 2017, maternity leave available to the working women has been increased from 12 weeks to 26 weeks for the first 2 children. Now we'll come to the the fourth kind of gender discrimination, that is protection from sexual harassment. So before studying the law on the subject, we'll have to go through some judicial pronouncements, because this field has more developed as a result of judicial activism in this field. So studying this law without studying the judicial pronouncement, that would make it incomplete. So first of all, we'll study what are the judicial pronouncements on this topic. There are many judicial pronouncements, but I will only refer the most important one. That is Rupan Deol Bajaj versus Kanwar Pal Singh Gill. This is a case, very, very famous case of the involving the decorated police officer KPS Gill, in which the Supreme Court recognized sexual harassment as a crime falling squarely under Section 354 of the Indian Penal Code by interpreting outraging the modesty of a woman to include the outraging the dignity of a woman. So in that case, it was considered, and in that time we didn't have any legislation. It was all the cases of sexual harassment, they were dealt by the provisions of the Indian Penal Code. Then excuse me, the enactment, the Sexual Harassment of the Women at the Workplace Act, which was enacted in 2013. It was a result of the Vishakha guidelines, which were laid down in the case of Vishakha versus state of Rajasthan. In this case, Bhavri Devi, she was working as a Sathin. She was working as a welfare officer of the state. And, Rajasthan, in the state of Rajasthan, which has this, quite famous, that a lot of child marriages take place in that state. And on the occasion of Akha Teej, mass child marriages take place. And that women wanted that child marriages should not take place. She prevented the child marriage of a 2-year-old girl, and due to which she was gang raped by the father of that girl, and with his accomplices, she was gang raped. And when she was gang raped, after that, the police officers, they refused to register the complaint. Also, the complaint, there was refusal to take her medical examination also, but still that lady fought for her rights. She didn't want that mostly in rape cases, identity is not disclosed, but she wanted that, she didn't want to hide her identity also. She wanted that it should be an example for other men also. So the Vishakha and NGO fought for her rights, and writ was filed in the Supreme Court, and which led to the formulation of this guidelines, the Vishakha guidelines. And in formulating these guidelines, the Supreme Court took support from various provisions of the Constitution and international conventions, such as the Convention on Elimination of All Kinds of Discrimination Against Women, that is CEDAW, which India ratified in the year 1993. Now, in this case, the Supreme Court has given guidelines, detailed guidelines, which define sexual harassment for the first time. It also prescribed that there are norms to be observed at all workplaces and institutions unless suitable legislation is enacted. Then duty of the employer to take appropriate steps to prevent sexual harassment. Then express prohibition of sexual harassment. Then rules and regulation of government and public sector bodies to prohibit sexual harassment. Appropriate work conditions to be provided. Criminal proceedings to be initiated against the defaulter. Disciplinary action to be taken in the workplace where that guilty person is working. Then there should be a proper complaint mechanism in the workplace where the females can freely file their complaint, and there should be complaint committees should be established at the workplaces. Workers should have the initiative to work, and they should not lose that initiative. And there should be awareness. There should be directions. They are to be binding until suitable legislation is enacted by the legislator. So these were the guidelines which were laid down in the famous Vishakha case. And these guidelines were enacted in the year 1997. And till 2013, we can find that there was no legislation in place. It was only after the Nirbhaya gang rape, the brutal gang rape case, that there was a lot of pressure. The people were out on the roads. There were candle marches all over the country, due to which our legislator was under pressure to enact the women-favored legislation, due to which a lot of amendments were made in the IPC, CRPC, in the Evidence Act, and this enactment, sexual harassment of the women at the workplace, was also enacted. But from 1997 till 2013, there was no enactment. Even there were cases like Apparel Export Promotion Council versus AK Chopra. In this case, for the first time, it was held that for sexual harassment, physical contact is not necessary. Even without physical contacts, if a female is harassed by a male while passing lucid comments on her, in that case, that will be a sexual harassment. And in Medha, Kotwa, Lele, and others, the Supreme Court expressed its anguish that even after 15 years of Vishakha's legislation, the Sexual Harassment Workplace Bill 2010 is still pending. And implementation of guidelines in Vishakha case has to be not only in form, but also in substance and spirit. No proper mechanism is in place to address the complaints of sexual harassment of lawyers in Bar Association, lady doctors and nurses in the medical clinics and homes, women architects working in the offices of engineers, and so on and so forth. So the Supreme Court expressed its anguish also. And in the same year, this act was enacted also. So the Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act was enacted in the year 2013. The mandate of this act is that all workplaces in India are mandated by law to provide a safe and secure working environment free from sexual harassment for all women. And the sexual harassment results in we have already discussed, it violates the basic fundamental rights under Article 14, 15, and 21. So 3 obligations were imposed on institutions to uphold working women fundamental right to equality and dignity in workplace, namely prohibition, prevention, and redress. So these are the main, this act is mainly based on these 3 fundamentals: prohibition, prevention, and redress. We'll study all this: prohibition, prevention, and redress. It says that sexual harassment is prohibited. If it happens, how it can be prevented, and what is, if it happens, how it is to be redressed. First it should be prohibited. It is totally said that it's totally prohibited. How, with the steps are mentioned, how we can prevent such acts in the how we have to prevent such acts in the organization, and if it happens, what is the redressal mechanism which is available in this act only. And just want to what is the process which we can stop this disturbances in the PPT? Harinder ma'am, can you please guide?
Yes, sir, Neet ma'am.
I just wanted that to stop. It is, I think it has happened. It's okay now.
This is your last slide.
No, it is not my last slide. There were certain disturbances in the PPT which has started. So I just wanted to ask for that. Okay. So I think I have done disabled annotations. I hope it works. Okay. So this act provides a civil remedy to women as an addition to other laws currently in force. But it is not working. I'm not able to change slide.
Still it is not working?
No, it's okay.
Yes, okay.
So this act extends to the whole of India. This act protects only women, and it is not a gender neutral legislation. So this legislation, as we have seen, the Code of Wages Bill, which is being gender neutral, this act is not a gender neutral legislation. It only protects women from this acts of sexual harassment at the workplace. So this act recognizes the right of every woman to a safe and secure workplace environment, irrespective of her age or employment or work status. Now, who is an aggrieved woman according to this act? An aggrieved woman in relation to a workplace is a woman of any age, whether employed or not, who alleges to have been subjected to any act of sexual harassment. Given that the definition do not necessitate the women to be an employee, even a customer, client who may be sexually harassed at a workplace, that they can claim protection under this act. So not only employees, even the women customers and clients are also protected under this act. So aggrieved women includes a woman who is working, who is visiting a workplace, who is just a customer, a client, even she's protected. Even if, for example, a customer and clients, there is some pizza delivery at your place, and that pizza delivery boy sexually harasses you. So this is a sexual harassment, and the women will be protected under this act. Just a minute, excuse me. So what is a workplace? Section 3 of the Act stipulates that a woman shall not be subjected to sexual harassment at the workplace. Accordingly, it may be noted that in order for a woman to claim protection under the Act, incident of sexual harassment should have taken place at the workplace. But this workplace has been given quite an extended definition. Even now, the transportation facilities which a woman is availing while moving to and fro from her workplace, they are also included in this. And this workplace also included, even if she is on some outstation visit to some place, if she's taking her meals at the official mess, all are covered under the workplace. If she faces any sexual harassment at that areas, she will be protected. In the Saurabh Kumar Malik versus Comptroller and Auditor General of India, decided on May 9, 2008, the suspended director of the National Academy of Audit and Account, who was facing departmental inquiry allegedly indulging in sexual harassment of a senior women officer, contended that he could be accused of sexual harassment at workplace, as the alleged misconduct took place not at the workplace. He said that this didn't happen at the workplace, so he's not guilty. But Delhi High Court held at the official mess where the employees are having their meals, it is within the meaning of the workplace. A switch from manufacturing activity to services has resulted in a dramatic change in expanding the workplace in virtually every sector. In Jaya Kodate versus Rashtrasan Tukoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, the High Court pointed that definition of workplace under the Act is inclusive and deliberately kept in order to ensure that any area where women may be subjected to sexual harassment is not left unattended or unprovided for. In Gaurav Jan versus Hindustan Latex Family Planning Trust, for employee had allegedly sexual harassment by a colleague during an outstation visit to Hyderabad, the High Court of Delhi upheld the employer's decision to terminate the employment of the accused on the recommendations of the internal committee. So even if when you're an outstation visit to some another place, if you face sexual harassment, then this is covered under this act. So this act has extended the meaning of the workplace. All the government organizations, NGOs, nursing homes, corporations, companies, farms, sports institutional facilities, they all are covered within the ambit of the workplace. And if a person faces any sexual harassment at these places, he is guilty. So what is sexual harassment at the workplace? It includes all these acts are covered. So sexual harassment is defined under this act also. And in physical contact, advances, a demand for sexual favors, making some sexually colored remarks, showing pornography, any other unwelcome physical, verbal or non-verbal conduct of a sexual nature is covered under this. So all this is the definition of the sexual harassment under this act. So the instances of sexual harassment, what can be in the instances of sexual harassment at workplace? It can be implied or explicit promise of preferential treatment in the employment. If a person promises that if you give me sexual favor, you'll be treated preferably as compared to others. If you have implied or explicit threat of detrimental treatment in employment, implied or explicit threat about present or future employment status, interference with work or creating an intimidating or offensive work environment, humiliating treatment likely to affect the lady's employee's health or safety. So these can be instances of sexual harassment at workplace. So if this happens, it can happen they can be threat also. A person can be threatened if you don't give sexual favors, you'll be removed from your job. And many kind of women, they have to, for them, job is very important due to financial compulsions at home, due to their personal circumstances. And many a times it becomes a very difficult situation for them, that either they are removed from the job or they have to give the sexual favors which they do not want to give. So all these kind of things can be happening at the workplace, which creates a very do and die situation for the females. So according to Section 3 of the Act, no women shall be subjected to sexual harassment at a workplace. The first step to prevention is recognition. Workplace sexual harassment is behavior that is unwelcome. It is sexual in nature, a subjective experience. Impact, not intent, is what matters. So what is a person can say that I never intended. So intent is not important. What is the impact on the females, on the women, that matters. And it often occurs in the matrix of power over the person who are in powerful position. They tend to sexually harass the female who are working under them, under their control. So the authorities which have been established under the Act, there are certain responsibilities which have been imposed by the Act on them, that they have to create and communicate a detailed policy, ensure awareness and orientation on the issue. They have to constitute a complaint committee in their workplace, and which is there to deal with all the complaints, and they have to prepare an annual report, and district officer will also appoint a nodal officer to receive complaints at the local level. Then under the Act, the grievance redressal mechanism, that is through internal complaint committee. Internal complaint committee is to be established in all the organizations, but in the organizations where there are less than 10 workers, in that case, the local complaint committee, which is working at the district level, will listen to the complaints of the victims. And while dealing with the complaint, the internal complaint committee or the local complaint committee will have all the powers of a code of civil procedure to the civil courts. It can summon and enforce the attendance of the person. It can examine an individual's or note. It can require the discovery and production of documents. So now, how the redressal is available if there is complaint is filed, how the redress is available under the under this Act. Before proceeding with that redressal mechanism, I'll quote few lines of late Chief Justice J.S. Verma, Justice Verma Committee report. The time has come when women must be able to feel liberated and emancipated from what would be fundamentally oppressive conditions against which an autonomous choice of freedom can be exercised and made available by women. This is sexual autonomy in the fullest degree. So the complaint committee will be there, the complaints will be filed by the complainant, and if the complainant is physically incapable, the complaint can be filed by her relative, her friend, some co-worker, and in case of mental capacity also, the list is mentioned in this flow chart, providing in case of mental incapacity who can file the complaint, if there is complainant's death, who can file the complaint, and for any other reason, if the complainant is unable to file the complaint, by any person who have the knowledge of the incident. The sexual harassment complaints, they have to be handled by the complaint committee, the internal complaint committee or the local complaint committee. But before handling the complaints, they'll see if the complaint is a very it's not very serious, so they'll try to bring out the conciliation, and if the conciliation is possible, the conciliation officer will forward the report, who is an independent person, will forward the report to the internal complaint committee or the local complaint committee. But if it's a very serious nature and conciliation is not possible, then the inquiry process will start into the complaints. Now, how that process is there, this flow chart will explain that how that process is when the complaint is received, then how it is, the inquiry will be happening and all. It explains all the timeline till the filing of the complaint until the writing of the report. So when the complaint is received, it is to be acknowledged. The committee meets and talk to the complainant to explore for options for formal and informal resolution. There will be informal mechanism will be sorted down first, then the formal one will be sorted, then the response will be recorded, then all the file is prepared, then interview is to be with both the complainant and respondent. Both the parties are given to present their case and give their proofs also, and an opportunity is also given to create a timeline of sequences. Then the finding and recommendations of the complaint committee will be there. Then all the how the complaint committee investigates into the allegations. It has to be the reasonable women standard is to be adopted. What a reasonable women will consider that to be a sexual harassment, because it's a very subjective experience. It cannot be objectified. So what a reasonable women will feel in such situation, not will see that very sensitive or oversensitive or not sensitive. It just to be a reasonable women standard is to be taken. Then the intent is not given much preference, but impact of the act is given more preference. Human right approach is to be adopted, and proof beyond reasonable doubt is not possible, because these situations, it is not always possible to record that person when a person makes some explicit remarks on you or give you favors also. So proof beyond reasonable doubt is not possible. So what are the interim reliefs? Meanwhile, when the complaint process is being investigated, if the women want immediate relief, then the aggrieved women or respondent, they can be transferred, or the aggrieved women can be given a leave for up till 3 months, or the respondent can be restrained from reporting on the work performance of the aggrieved women or writing her confidential report if he is the boss. Then this also act prescribe punishments. And if the organization does not have service law rules, disciplinary action, including written apology, warning, reprimand, censure, withholding of promotion, withholding of any increment can also be taken place. And the compensation can be deducted from the wages of the respondent and paid to the aggrieved women. So the aggrieved women will be paid wage compensation also. And the person who is taken all this thing, he can be, he can be given a warning, he can be, his promotion can be withheld, his services can be terminated. So it all depends upon the gravity of the act, the punishments will be decided. And if there is false complaint, then also disciplinary action as per the service rules of the organization. And if the service rules are not there in the organization, even the women can also face penal actions. And this act also envisages the payment of compensation to the victim, to the aggrieved women, for all the mental trauma, pain, suffering, for all the loss in career opportunity, all the medical expenses, and all these things will be taken in mind while fixing the payment of compensation to the aggrieved women. So, and considering the situation and the gravity of this sexual harassment, all the proceedings under this act, they are to maintain complete confidentiality. The name of the complainant is not to be disclosed, and identity, all these things are kept confidential. And if the aggrieved person who is not satisfied with the decision of the internal complaint committee, whether it's aggrieved women or the respondent, they can also file an appeal to the court or tribunal, and within 90 days. Now, prevention, as we say, as it is said that prevention is better than cure. So employers have some duties and obligation under this legislation. They have to create such they have to promote a gender sensitive workplace. They have to provide safe working environment. They have to formulate and widely disseminate an internal policy or resolution or declaration of prohibition, prevention, and redressal of sexual harassment at the workplace. Display conspicuously at the workplace the penal consequences of indulging in acts that constitute sexual harassment. Declare the names and contact details of all the members of the ICC. Organize workshops and awareness progress, and orient people about this issue. Then also they have to provide necessary facilities to the internal complaint committee, which has to investigate into the complaint. And they have to provide assistance to the aggrieved women if she so chooses to file a complaint. And treat sexual harassment as a misconduct under the service rules and initiate action for misconduct. Prepare an annual report with details on the number of cases filed in their disposal. Monitor the timely submission of report by the ICC. So there are certain penalties also. An employer can be subjected to penalty of 50,000 if the employer does not constitute internal complaint committee in its organization, or fails to act on the recommendation of the complaint committee, or it fails to file an annual report to the district officer. Under this act, a report has to be filed to the district officer in the year, how much complaints were received, how they were resolved. And if the employer doesn't do that, the employer can be penalized for that. And there's also punishment for the repeated breach under the act. So I'll finally conclude this topic by these wordings. No country can ever truly flourish if it stifles the potential of its women and deprives itself of its contribution of half of its population. This was said by Michelle Obama, because discrimination is very, very, harsh thing and strikes at the very heart of being human. Gender equality in the workplace can only be achieved when women are able to access the same rewards, resources, and opportunities as enjoyed by men. It requires workplaces to provide equal pay for women and men for same work, removal of barriers to the full and equal participation of women in the workplace, access to all occupation and industries, including leadership roles for women and men, elimination of discrimination on the basis of gender, removal of sexual harassment in the workplace. There are adequate legislations in India which not only remove the discrimination against women, but also empower the women. The existence of these laws, but the problem is that these laws are only in books. There is a problem in the implementation of these laws. The effective implementation is not there, which should, this is an issue which need to be dealt, and it should be discussed at all the forums, that laws are not properly implemented, due to which there is a lot of gender discrimination. And the gender discrimination is to be removed, because it is very important to economically empower the women. Economically empowered women are the keys to the nation's overall development, and this can only be achieved if it is ensured that women's workspaces across all sectors and all over the country have a safe and secure environment for work, and there is no discrimination at the workplace. So with this, I end my presentation, and I'm really thankful to this college for organizing this event, because only on these events we can delve on these very important issues which are so very important. And I'm thankful to the organizers of this seminar for doing a wonderful job of organizing this event. And thank you all. Thank you, Professor Tuli. Thank you, Harinder ma'am. And thank you, other faculty members of this institution.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neet. Like, it's really a pleasure to have you with us. It was indeed a well explained session. It was indeed a very informative session from your part. And I must convey one thing, that we consider ourselves very fortunate to have you with us and to have your words of knowledge. Like, it was indeed a very informative session from your side, and we are very happy and we are very glad to have you with us. Like you begin with by giving a quote from Swami Vivekananda, by highlighting the importance and the place of women in the present time. Like in every era, in every field, women is dominated. Being educated one, being either having a good capacity, good capability, even women, they are sidelined by the males, because this is a patriarchal society. She has highlighted well about the various laws, like Article 14, 15, 19, and 21, which are made for the safeguard for the interest of the women. By taking relevant anecdotes and examples from the statistical data, 21st century, like Dr. Neet has very well highlighted the fact that in political participation, the gender gap can be seen much well worse, like as compared to 2019, and in different fields, like those fields which are women dominated. In those fields also, males, they are doing the leading part. They are doing the main role. They are doing the major job, and on the surface there is male, and under the curtain women is playing the role. Either it is the department of fashion designing, home science, women they are doing women they are doing under the curtain, and men they are doing the main role. So this is something that is we have to overcome, and this is something that we have to consider, and we should overcome by this thing, by educated women about their legal rights, about the legal services. Like, they should not sit quiet whenever something wrong, and whenever something injustice happen to them, they should better speak up, and they should better go for their rights and duties. And for that, they should have aware about the legal service that are there for their interest. And it is just because of Dr. Neet we came to know about the various articles and about the present statistical data, what is the position of the women in the present time. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I, on behalf of the entire college, want to thank you, and we really look forward to have you with us once again. So thank you so much. With this, I would like to request our worthy speakers, Dr. Aneet and Dr. Harkiran, as they both have with us, because I have a few questions from the side of the participants. They want to ask few questions to you. So the very first question is for Dr. Aneet, that is asked from the side of Akshay. Akshay has asked that, ma'am, beside all these legal services available for the women for their safeguard, why this gender discrimination is happening? Why why it is continuing? Like we have the legal services, women is well aware of that. Then why this gender gap present? Like why they are being harassing at the workplace? Like what we can do? Ma'am, please.
It's a very good question being asked. This thing I have discussed in my presentation only, that no doubt we have a lot of enactment legislation coming forward to protect women. The gender discrimination is still happening, because I have discussed in the last slide that these enactments, there is an issue with the implementation. The implementation is not there. And moreover, many times the women, they keep to be silent sufferers. They don't come forward to file the complaint also. They keep on suffering silently. These sexual favors being asked from them, the unequal pay being paid to them. They say that it is very important for them to work due to financial compulsions at home. And if they'll speak up, they may lose their job. So due to this, they remain silent sufferers. They don't come and file the complaint also. And many times if they file their complaint, they are being threatened also to take back their complaint. And also the implementation of this legislation, there is very implementation has been very weak, and due to which the women, they have not been able to reap the benefits of this legislation, and due to which the gender discrimination practices, they are continuing and women are facing discrimination. The next question, please.
Okay, sorry. The next question is from the side of Parneet. She said, what is the best way to aware women about their legal services that is there for the safeguard of their interest? What is the best way? How we can aware the working women about their legal services, the rights they have for the safeguard of their interest? Like if there is
I got it. We want to know about how we can make the people aware of their rights.
Yes, especially working women. Like yes, ma'am, you can understand.
The most important ways we can say that obviously we have to publicize the provisions of this enactment, and one of the very important way to publicize is by holding such kind of seminars. In these seminars, a lot of participants, they come forward, a lot of things are discussed, deliberations take place, awareness will take place. So many, these seminars and these workshops, they are a very important tool to disseminate information about that. Moreover, also, we can have, the media, the social media, which is so powerful these days. We can use it as a medium to spread awareness among the working women about their rights, about the legal provisions which are available to them. So this social media, the power of social media is totally, it is so great, and all the people, mostly all the people, they have access to social media these days. And, this power can be really channelized to spread awareness about the legal provisions which are available for the benefit of the women.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think participants have been now satisfied with your answer. Like most of the people, they are now using social media in the form of Facebook, WhatsApp, or Insta. We can socialize the same legal laws. Like we can use this particular thing for our aid also, because like we can socialize the same thing through these sites, and we can let people,
raise our
especially
voice.
working women, aware. Yes,
we
aware
can raise
about
our
that.
voice on these platforms, and this is going to be do a great job. We should raise our voice on these social issues, and many people do the same, but many people need to come forward. That percentage is very less. We should not use social media only for entertainment purposes. We should use it as a force to create information and awareness among the masses and among the working women.
True, ma'am. Like these platforms should not be meant only for the entertainment purpose. We should use this purpose to raise the voice of the women, as well as to aware them about their legal services. So this platform can be used for the both the places. So thank you so much. With this, I'll request all the participants along with the speakers to kindly fill the attendance form. The link for the same has been shared in the chat box. And now we are all taking leave for the lunch, that is from 1 to 2, and sharp at 2 o'clock we will meet again, and we will continue the rest part of the webinar, that is the technical session 2. So I request all of you to please be leave for the lunch, and thereafter we will have again sharp 2 o'clock, and thereafter we will continue the same session. So thank you all. I'll take your leave for the lunch, and thereafter at 2 we will meet again. Yes, good afternoon all. After lunch, we are again here for technical session 2. And in this session, we have our esteemed speaker, Dr. Harjot Kaur from Regional Campus GNU, Gurdaspur. I welcome you, ma'am, here in the technical session 2. And in this session, she will discuss about the topic that is unequal pay, gender discrimination at the workplace. Over to you, ma'am, please.
Thank you, Harvinder. Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
And my voice is clear?
Yes, ma'am, your voice is clear.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. Harjot, I'm feeling immense pleasure today here to be part of this event, which is named as National Webinar on Unequal Pay, Gender Discrimination at Workplace. First of all, I'm wholeheartedly thankful to Dr. Tulli, Principal SSMC Dinanagar, and Dr. Harvinder, convener of this seminar, for providing me an opportunity to share my views with this, a very important topic, which I find it's need of an hour, because it's very important to sensitize everyone, every individual, every Indian citizen against, and in favor of this bias kind of a thing. It's very, very important to explain every individual, every child, starting from child, every individual, that okay, male and female, though they have been made biologically different by God, but they possess equal capabilities. So it's very, very important to sensitize everyone, with this issue, with this topic. So that's why I'm really thankful that you people made me part of this event, and you people have given me a chance to, share my views with all of you. So starting with, there's a very beautiful quote by Vera Nazarian. She's an author of a very beautiful book, and she says, who is a woman? A woman is a human. She is not better, wiser, stronger, more intelligent, more creative, or more responsible than a man. Likewise, she is never less. Equality is a given. A woman is a human. First of all, it's very important to consider women as a human being. It's very, very important. Then moving next, let's move with what actually is gender bias. Since morning, I'm listening to different types of views presented by respectable speakers. They have, enlightened us with their valuable views. But the simple definition of gender bias, which was explained by Dr. Arneet, Dr. Harkiran, as well as Dr. Manvinder, I'll repeat, I'll start from the same thing, and then we'll be moving to where gender bias is existing in technology. So gender bias is basically a tendency to prefer one gender over another. When we are preferring male over a female, or a female over a male, then that particular term will be can be explained, can be termed as a gender bias. Gender bias is not a conscious bias. It's basically a form of unconscious bias. Unconsciously, we differentiate, we create a bias between a male and a female. And gender bias doesn't exist at workplace only. I think when a female is born, starting from the day one, this bias is existing. I remember, myself, I have, two kids, my son and a daughter. When my daughter was born in a hospital, and nurses, they came to me and they said, ki, Madam ji, kudi hui hai, jo toda ji karda de diyo. I said, why? Child is born, I have created a life. Why kudi hui hai te jo toda dil karda de diyo? I said, otherwise, कहती कि जे मुंडा हुंदा ते ਅਸੀਂ ਫਿਰ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਨਾਲ ਇੰਨੀ ਵਧਾਈ ਲੈਣੀ ਸੀ. मैं कहा, this is wrong. Why are you saying this thing? एक बच्चा आया, दुनिया च आया, एक human life create हुई है. Why are you creating a bias? Why are you discriminating? And I said, okay, ਜੇ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵਧਾਈ ਲੈਣੀ ਸੀ? They said, okay, madam ਅਸੀਂ 1100 ਲੈਂਦੇ ਜਾਂ 2100 ਲੈਂਦੇ. I said, okay, you take whatever is there, but don't say this thing, ਕੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਜੋ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਦਿਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ. I said, no, I have created a life. For me, life has come into this world. And I'm creating, and that life is responsible for creating this world a happy place, better place. Fine. So see, gender bias starts when a female is born. Gender bias starts when a child is born. So it's not like gender bias exists at a workplace, or gender bias exists in the outer world. It exists. It starts when a female is born. So, it's an unconscious bias. That's why I'm saying that consciously we do not discriminate between a male and a female. It's unconscious bias. It's implicit bias, which occurs when one individual unconsciously attributes certain attributes and stereotypes to another person or a group of people. And there's a different ascribed behavior, fine, which affects that how one individual understands and engages with others. In today's society, if we talk of Indian society, let's talk of this global society. Let's not talk of Indian society only. Fine. Gender bias is often used to refer to preferential treatment which men receive, specifically, heterosexual males. And it's often termed, synonymously, it can be called as sexism also. And it describes prejudice against women solely on the basis of their gender or sex. Gender bias, though it's existing everywhere, but prominently it's visible within professional settings. My husband today morning, when I was listening to all the speakers, fine, he was saying me, like, you people are, discussing this gender bias. He said, I don't find gender bias anywhere existing in universities, in colleges, in IT industry, and you're going to speak against this topic. Why? I said, why gender bias is not there? I said, tell me, I want to be vice chancellor of my university. Fine. Can I be one? Because since I've started studying in my university, I haven't seen any female vice chancellor to be heading the university, to be officiating the university. Keeping aside the example of, women colleges, fine, everywhere, Dr. Tulli, please don't mind, everywhere, whenever we find an officiating leader or a principal of a co-ed college, it's normally a male. Please don't mind if he's there online maybe. So it's normally, when we talk of gender bias, females, they are given to officiate women colleges, only for girls' schools. Why so? So gender bias is there because whenever we think of females, we say, okay, they have so many responsibilities, so many other responsibilities, which they have to perform at home. They have to take care of their kids. So it's okay, they can do this thing. But in some cases, when officiating or becoming a leader becomes compulsion, some stereotypical duties or administrative duties are existing, there we consider, okay, females can be a leader, females can be a principal, females can be a head, but otherwise, why not? And see, if we, keeping Indira Gandhi and Pratibha Patil aside, how many female chief ministers, how many females prime ministers, and how many female presidents we have in India? See, I find the ratio, the proportion is very, very less. So it's there. Gender bias, I feel, is there. No doubt. They call female as a fair sex. I don't find female as a fair sex. I feel they call female as a superior sex. I want them to say female as a peer sex, female as a parallel sex. Fine. Rather than considering female as inferior, superior, fine, or a fair gender, female should be called as parallel. Female should be called as peer, or female should be called as equal gender. That's what is need of an hour. That's what we need to sensitize everyone with. So moving to gender bias once again, there are different types of unconscious gender bias which is existing. And they basically, when we talk of workplace, let's move to workplace. Because gender bias is most prominently visible within a workplace or professional surroundings. So if we talk of professional surroundings, if we talk of workplace, then gender bias normally is considered of three types. Unconscious gender bias. It is performance support bias. Performance support bias occurs when employers, managers, and colleagues, they provide more resources and more opportunities to one gender, which is typically men over another. Fine. And a typical example is like there are few jobs which have been created for salespersons. I would use the term salesperson, where salesperson can be a man or salesperson can be a woman. So normally when they are given sales target that, okay, they have to sell this particular product in this particular month up to this particular quantity or amount, then, and this particular job, which is assigned to a male or a female, it's basically based upon performance, perks, commission, and incentives. Then in this particular case, women, they are unfairly assigned inferior accounts, inferior targets as compared to men, because it's a stereotypical notion, it's a common notion, it's a common perception that women, they can produce men can produce better results as compared to women, though women have proved many a times, I guess majority of times, that they can produce the same results when they are provided with equivalent opportunities. So it's basically equal opportunity, equal pay kind of an issue. Second type of bias is performance review bias. Now, performance review bias occurs when employers, managers, and colleagues review the performance of an employee of one gender differently over another gender, even when evaluations are purely based upon merit. See, many of the researchers, they have shown that performance evaluations, they are inherently biased even when companies make an effort to remove this bias by making them open-ended. In fact, without structure to evaluations, people are more likely to review an individual on the basis of stereotypes related to gender and race, rather than reviewing those individuals on the basis of merit. So they review the performance on the basis of gender, race, culture, rather than on the basis of merit, which should be the only criteria to review a performance of an individual. Third type of bias is performance reward bias. Performance reward bias, it occurs when employers, managers, and colleagues reward an employee of one gender differently from another gender. And where rewards in workplace, specifically if we talk of IT industry and industry, rewards are basically in the form of appraisals, promotions, pay hikes, raises, or other merit-based rewards. While it may seems like that rewarding individuals on the basis of merit will help eliminate gender bias, but it's not cut and dry method as we think. Fine, because many of the studies, many of the researchers, they have shown that when women and minorities receive the same exact performance evaluation score as men for the same job, for the same work as a unit, fine, they receive lower pay increases. A reason unknown. Reason is unknown. I mean, there is no specific reason. We can't ask for the reason. They say, okay, it's like this. This is the policy which we follow. But this is changing. I mean, slowly and steadily. I won't say that, I mean, things have become stagnant, things have become stable. No. There's no equilibrium. Things are changing because mindset is changing. And actually, it's us which have to be responsible for this change. Now, major result of these three biases which are existing at workplace, it has contributed to the creation of another concept which is known as glass ceiling. Glass ceiling is nothing else, it's a metaphor, fine, for the evident but intangible hierarchical impediment, fine, which is preventing minorities and which is preventing women from achieving the elevated professional success, which actually they deserve. So due to, contributing factors, all the, above stated, biases which I've discussed, fine. And because of the reasons which I'm explaining, women and minorities, they are experiencing a barrier which prevents them from reaching upper level roles in leadership and a career and corporate suit. So moving to where gender bias is existing in IT industry, that's what my focus will be on in this talk. Gender bias in technology industry, in IT industry. I guess many of the participants, they must be from IT industry. IT industry is industry which is related to computer science, which is responsible for the development of software and different applications which we are using in our daily life. And right now, every aspect of life, every sphere of life is being influenced by this IT industry. So Gender bias in IT industry is more or less an occupational sexism, we call. And it has been argued in social media, in digital media, that a high ratio of men to women graduation rates for engineering degrees. When we talk of engineering degrees, the ratio of men to women, I mean, men, they have higher ratio as compared to women. And the culture of IT industry itself causes this gender bias in technology industry. So I'm going to discuss few facts and figures which are related to IT industry, which are related to our technology industry, to see how this gender bias has affected women, working women at workplace in IT industry. So these facts and figures which I'm discussing, I've gathered them from Google, I've gathered them from few other websites, including Wikipedia, etc. So let's discuss them. First thing, with the first fact is that almost 42% of women in IT industry, they experience gender discrimination at work. 42%, it's a big number. And when we talk of yearly figures, in 2017, 2,500 sex-based discrimination claims were filed. Then moving next, in 2018, victims of sex-based discrimination complaints or claims, they received more than 148 million dollars in payouts because of these complaints. Then 5 out of 14, every 5 out of 14 top barriers which women face at workplace are related to gender discrimination and gender bias. Both men and women, if it's not only the case of man who is creating this gender bias, females or women are equally responsible. If they are heading an organization, be it a man or be it a woman, it's twice likely they are going to hire a male candidate. It's not only about, okay, if it's a male leader officiating an organization, leading an organization, will be hiring a male candidate. No, it is either whether it is a male leader or a female leader leading an organization, both of them, their preference will be always a male candidate. Then women, when they are likely to be hired, women are more likely to be hired, and that also 9 times, when at least in a pool there are 2 female candidates in finalist pool. When in a finalist pool we have 2 female candidates, then only there are chances that, okay, female is going or women is going to be selected. Then women are more likely to be hired with blind applications or auditions, that also only 25 to 46% of times. Half of the men believe that women are well represented at their company, while all the senior leaders, of IT industry, if I say 90% of them, CEOs, they are men. 42% of men and women, they notice a double standard which is existing against female candidates. Men view unconscious bias as number 1 barrier. It's not only women who say that, who view that, okay, unconscious bias is responsible for, hindrance of women towards rising and shining in their careers. No, it's men also who view unconscious bias. Now, moving next, 34% of men and women, they believe male executives are better at risk assessment. And when we talk of managerial roles, when we talk of strategic roles, when we talk of strategic assignments, it's men only who are likely to be hired, and that also by 30%. And if, let's suppose, in an organization, both men and women, they ask for pay raises at the same rate, women will be receiving pay raise 5% less often. Reason unknown. Moving next, as I was telling you, that almost 90% of CEOs of big corporate giants, they are women. And if we talk of other companies, in addition to IT companies, only 23% of CEOs of in corporate sector, they are women. Then moving next, if we talk of IT education, then if we talk of 1970s, starting back in 1970s, when these engineering degrees, they came into being, like, okay, one can be a computer graduate, one can be a graduate in computer science and engineering. Then 13.6% fine, of females, they acquired, fine, bachelor's in information science or bachelor's in computer science degree in 1970. By 1984, this number, this count rose to 37.1. And again, the number lowered down in 2011 when only 17.6% of females, fine, they earned computer science degrees. And latest figure of 2019 says that almost 47% of computer science degrees, they are awarded to females. They are awarded to women. Still the number, see, 47%. Reason is STEM culture. Reason is set culture, which I'm going to explain next. What is set culture and what is STEM culture, which actually is inculcated at home only. That STEM culture or set culture, fine. It doesn't start at a workplace. It doesn't start at the place of education. It starts at home only. How? I'll be explaining you. Then moving next, as I'm discussing facts and figures, in May 2014, Google posted on its official blog itself, these are the facts and the figures of the Google itself, that only 30% of IT companies' employees globally were women. And then in January 2015, New York Times said that, I mean, it's the largest circulating newspaper in the whole world, that largest technology companies have released reports showing that only 30% of these employees are women. Then according to Fortune magazine, which says, which reviews the data available for US-based venture capital firms, it says that, okay, only 1 out of 17 females, fine, they are the leader in a company. And 4.2% of CEO level and, managerial level females, managerial level positions, they were given to females. And if we talk of Silicon Valley, which is giant, which is responsible for producing the softwares which are used all over the world, only 11% of the executives which are working in Silicon Valley and 20% of software developers are women. And in Google itself, only 18% of technical employees or software developers or application developers are females. Then moving next, what are the reasons? Like I was telling you, okay, few of the things which are the reasons which are responsible for the hindrances, for women to shine and rise in their careers, okay, because of which they are not achieving what they want to or what they should. What are the reasons? What are the several possible causes and theories also behind sexism or behind gender bias in IT industry? Few reasons, I'll be explaining them in brief. They are, first thing is, when investments are performed, investments of grants and conscious belief, they are performed. Investment of grants and conscious beliefs, they are performed in intellectual sex differences. Fine. Because the technology industry argues that since decision makers, the main decision makers in technology industries, they often believe that men are inherently more competent in a technical manner as compared to women. So economically, it is better to hire a man, to employ a male personnel as compared to a female personnel. And if female personnel has to be hired, she can be hired for marketing. She can be hired for the purpose of presentation, where actually company needs presentation, where actually company needs beauty. It's not where actually company needs a brain. So combination of beauty and brain, we always say, okay, female should be a combination of a beauty and brain. But whenever company hires, fine, company wants to hire a brain, they would likely, it is most likely that they would hire a male brain. Then moving next, gender stereotypes. Second reason, second theory behind this cause is gender stereotype. And that reason is, and that reason of stereotyping of gender is that when upbringing of boys is done, fine, we make boys more authoritative and influential as compared to girls. So the general notion is men are typically more authoritative and more influential as compared to women. In tasks, which have to be perceived as masculine tasks by society. Fine. Women, they are considered less influential there, and they are not considered experts. Like, for example, there are very few females which are hired for border security forces, which are hired for CRPF, though we have a big quota now. But still, when it comes to comes towards the protection and security of a country, it comes towards the national integrity of a country, no doubt, in raw, in IB, we have numerous females which are working, numerous female scientists which are working. But still, when we talk of raw chief, when we talk of a main decision making authority, it's a female, it's a male, it's not a female. So only when a task is stereotyped as feminine, fine, we assign that task to a woman. Otherwise, if a task is authoritative, if a task is masculine, it is assigned to a man. Then few theories, they say that there is no gender bias at all. No gender bias is existing. Like I was telling you, that everyone says there is no gender bias. Men and women, they are biologically different. So they cannot be assigned same duties. They cannot be given same opportunities. There is no gender bias. I mean, many of the theories, many of the researchers, they say this. Fine. But according to the studies of early childhood development in human children, when upbringing of children is being done, like Manvinder ma'am also told the same thing in the morning, we tell our boys to play with guns, we tell our boys to play with vehicles, we tell our boys to play with, masculine type of toys. And on the other hand, we prefer females or girl child to play with dolls, to play with furry toys, to play with soft toys. And we tell her to be, you have to stay soft. You have to be very polite because you are a female. You can't be arrogant. Why? Why she can't be arrogant? She's not a human being. See, that's what we tell. Because in our mindset, all of us, starting from the day one, fine, we are programmed like this. That, okay, you're going to play with dolls, you're going to play with, that she was telling, toy dishes, you're going to play with toy plates, toy cup set, tea set, etc., etc. And because she has to be engaged in cooking, she cannot be a pilot straight away from the day one. Fine. It's a girl only who decides, okay, after age 12 or 13, okay, I have to be a pilot. And even after thousands of hindrances and discriminations which she's facing at her home and workplace, she becomes a pilot with her determination. Now, we tell females to be more socialized as compared to males. So that's why, okay, we say that, okay, there's no gender bias. Gender bias is existing. It will exist. I think it is very, very difficult to, eliminate this gap. It's very, very difficult to remove this gap. This is going to exist till we are existing, till this society is existing. Then moving next, I'm explaining you why gender bias is existing in IT industry. It's existing because of SET culture and STEM culture. SET is an acronym for Science, Engineering and Technology. And STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering and Maths careers or math culture. And the studies show that there is lack of SET culture in STEM culture at homes, even at educational institutes, and then at professional workplaces. Because when female does her 10th standard or she's appearing for a matriculation exams, she's given a choice. Either you want to be a doctor, you can become a doctor. No doubt. I'm teaching an engineering stream and I have more girls now in engineering stream as compared to boys. But she's given a notion, she's given a choice that either you become a doctor or you can go for some desk job, you can become a teacher, you can go for, teaching is a stable job, you must go for that. Even my parents, I wanted to be a pilot. They said, no, you aren't going. I wanted to join army. No, it's not for you. You should be a teacher. Fine. You should be leading a stable life. You are a female. So that type of thing, that type of, values, they are imparted to a female. So SET culture and STEM culture, females, they are set, they are explained that SET culture and STEM culture is not for you. You can become a doctor. All of us must have watched that movie 3 Idiots. The female is expecting and her father, who is heading an IIT is saying, okay, if a girl is born, she's going to become a doctor. If a boy is born, he's going to become an engineer. So engineering, science and technology, research and development, according to a big shot who is heading an institute, he's saying, okay, that thing is not meant for a female. So reason is these two things, set culture and STEM culture, fine. Against them, females against them, they values against them, they are important to females when they start studying only at home, at educational institutes, and later on at their workplaces. And all the parents, even it can be me also to some extent, I think, they expect their sons to be better over their daughters in mathematics, science, computers, and sports. Fine. So childhood upbringing, it contributes a lot to this gender gap, gender bias, this alleged gender gap in technology industry, in IT industry. Then moving next factor, next cause is male dominant environment. When we talk of IT industry, technology industry, the environment, the atmosphere of the industry is very, very male dominated, because men can work in a different manner as compared to female. Men are more suitable for night shifts, they say. Men are more suitable for deadlines, they say. Fine. Because females, as I'm saying, that they are considered a weak gender, they are considered a fair gender, they are considered a superior gender, they are considered an inferior gender. They're never considered as an equal gender. Fine. And when it comes to hiring in IT industry, fine, twice as females, males have been hired. So the atmosphere of industry, the environment of the workplace is dominated by males only. Normally in if we talk of every IT company, be it Uber, be it Google, be it Amazon, I guess hardly 17 or 18% of employees, they are women. And moreover, since men are majority in catering this IT industry, fine, all the corporate events, all the industry conferences, they tend to cater to their taste, their preferences, fine. And occasionally in ways, some women, they are perceived as hostile and they don't try to hire females. They try to, downsize females. Then one of very important vital factors on which Dr. Manvinder had, laid lot of stress is lack of awareness about sexual harassment in workplaces, be it any workplace, but I'm considering IT industry. See, this principle of sexual harassment, it has been recognized though by every type of court, be it district court, by law even then, the reporting of cases of sexual harassment is very, very less. Reason is either females are scared of reporting the cases, or they are scared, okay, they're posting, just Manvinder ma'am, she told in the morning that females, they are scared, they're afraid of that, okay, if they are reporting the case, maybe they are posted somewhere else, maybe they will be demoted from their job, or maybe they can be fired off as well, they can be laid off as well. So this is one of the reasons that women, they don't know their rights, they aren't aware against this particular concept of sexual harassment, and that's one of the reasons. Fine. Gender bias is increasing day by day with every passing day. Now, what are effects of this gender bias? Effects of these gender biases, that recruitment, hiring of females in industry is decreasing. No doubt it's increasing as well, but if we consider the whole ratio, if we consider the global scenario, it's decreasing. Fine. And according to many of the surveys which have been conducted by top research agencies and top companies all over the world for different magazines, they estimate that women, they earn almost 12.43% less salary as compared to males. And however, the cause is unclear. Fine, that what is the reason? But to some extent, the reason is sex discrimination. The reason is this gender bias, why the females, they are earning less salary. Now see, is it our responsibility only? Is it, the responsibility of a female only? to, sensitize Harvinder, we could have, engaged some male speaker also. To some extent,
Yes,
I'm thinking that we are speaking for gender bias. Fine.
yes.
And is it the responsibility of females only to sensitize the society and everyone with this issue? I was thinking, this thing came into my mind. And there was a very beautiful quote somewhere I read by, Ban Ki-moon. Ban Ki-moon is a Burmese lady. She has worked a lot for the upliftment of females and as well as Burmese society. She said achieving gender equality requires engagement of women and men. It doesn't require engagement of only women. It requires equally engagement of women and men. And on the other side, boys and girls. We have to teach our boys and girls, our sons and daughters, that they are equal. And it's everyone's responsibility. It's the responsibility of everyone, every individual in this world. So that's why I was thinking, okay, all of us, all the female speakers, we are there. Sometimes, Harvinder, I go and speak at various webinars and I'm the only female speaker. At that time, I feel I'm something, I'm an odd female out or an odd number out or an odd man out. But today I was, feeling very good. But to some extent, this thing, poured inside my heart that why only females are there to sensitize? Why only females have been selected? There should be one male speaker as well, maybe to, because it's the equal responsibility. Responsibility is equal. Now, moving next, what are various proposed solutions? Coming to the point, that how upliftment of women can be done in IT industry. What are various proposed solutions? See, to combat this gender bias and sexism in information technology industry, researchers and various known scholars, they have suggested that companies should take responsibility and change their organizational structure instead of expecting women to adapt to the current state of work environment. We should try to change the organizational structure of the companies, of the industry. And one proposed change is to start with more simple diversity programs. And companies, they should need to ensure that the work environment should allow people with various backgrounds and different thought process and different mindsets to work collaboratively to achieve organizational objectives. According to a famous scholar known as Schebinger, women should not assimilate to the profession. They should not assimilate. They should modify it. Fine. They should try to modify it. Fine. And increased minorities, increased women in IT means nothing if IT becomes an unaccommodating industry. So we have to make our industry accommodating enough so that more females can be hired and more intelligent females or more intelligent brains, they are existing in IT industry. Then another initiative which has been taken by Grace Hopper Society is they have started with Grace Hopper Celebrating Women Computing Conferences. This is a computing conference which is specifically held with respect to female speakers and female participants, in information and technology, with their ability to pursue career interests in a separate space from most of the men who dominate this IT industry and this profession. Another proposed solution, which is a very viable and very important solution, is Project Include, which is a non-profit organization. And it was established with the purpose of giving everyone a fair chance to succeed in technology industry. And this Project Include is based upon 3 key values of inclusion, comprehensiveness, and accountability, where this concept of inclusion says that companies, all the IT companies in IT industry, they should provide and they should improve opportunities for underrepresented groups. Then comprehensiveness means IT industry, they should be seeking solutions, they should be finding solutions covering all aspects of the company, including culture, operations, and team. Then accountability means companies should track the results out of their efforts, not out of the gender or race type of conflicts or factors, and out of merit, they should be considering efforts to be accountable for the success of a male or a female. Another way of using technology to reduce gender bias in recruiting process is that we should invest in recruitment tools which should utilize artificial intelligence or automation in order to make decisions. You feed resumes, you feed set of CVs to an artificially intelligent tool, and rather than considering that the person to be hired is a male or a female, fine, that tool will be selecting the person based upon her performance, fine, and giving a fair chance to each and every person who wants to get hired. So these were various solutions, but while taking these solutions, fine, I would say that we must review our non-discrimination and non-harassment policies also, and we must assure that information is included in job descriptions for IT industry. New employee handbooks with new concepts, new principles, they should be devised, and new career pages, new career blogs for IT industry, they should be created so that more and more females, more and more women should take benefit from the same. And in addition to these policies, which we are planning to construct, which we are planning to create so that women get more opportunities in IT industry, fine, we should provide employees with information and resources so that they can reach out in different situations. And in case any female, fine, is filing a complaint, fine, wants to file a complaint against gender bias, against sexual harassment, she should know how the complaint can be filed, what is the clear-cut guideline set available for the same. So with these lines, I would like to end my talk, and I can say that the only way to solve the problem of women's subordination is to change the mindset, of the people, and to plant the new idea of gender equality into every mind, and to consider females as equal, peer, and parallel gender, rather than considering them as fair, superior, or inferior gender. Thank you. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Dr. Harjot. It was really a wonderful lecture, and I must say it was really indeed a well-informed, well-planned, and well-explained lecture. We really feel pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much.
My suggestion,
On the behalf of the entire college, I want to thank you.
Please don't mind my suggestion.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible. Please don't mind my suggestion.
Yes.
I just, out of nothing, I suggested ki we should have some male speaker. Please don't mind it. You have really organized this event very well.
No. Actually, okay, ma'am. Actually, we have all the female speakers because I think the one who experienced, they can explain well.
Yes.
Like there is a proverb, "Jis tan lage sohi jane."
Exactly.
So ladies can well explain that what they are actually feeling and what they are experiencing and what they want, what change they want. This is why we have the female speakers, because they can well explain the matter, the present position of a woman in the present time, that what change they want and what is actually happening to them. This is why we have all the female speakers. And in the next event we will definitely have some male speakers.
No, I mean it's absolutely all right. It was just something which
yes. So this is why, ma'am, this is why we have all the female speakers.
It's wonderful. You have organized it very well. The event is really a success. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. So for all the participants, I'm just concluding what the ma'am has shared with us, that as Dr. Harjot, the beginning is very good. Like he has taken example from our real life, that gender discrimination begins at the very time when a female child took a birth. Because most of the women who gave a birth to a female child, they have experienced the same thing what Dr. Harjot has shared with us. Because being a mother, 3 years back, I gave birth to a female child, and I have experienced the same, whatever you have said, because there is a discrimination in a society. It is an age-old practice, and people have the same mentality. I don't know why, women, they are doing success, they are doing very good, but even when it comes to But when it comes to a discrimination, they always make that this is a male, this is a female, these roles are defined for females only, these roles are for males only. And she has talked about that though we have done a very advancement in a technological era, but even in the IT sector, those who are a decision maker, they always used to hire the one who is a male, because for just for a beauty sake, like when they need somebody for a marketing, when they need somebody for a presentation, they used to have a female face. But whenever they need somebody, then when it comes to a competency, they always prefer males. So this is something that is happening in the society, and we must need something to overcome these particular things. So by having the wonderful talk of these great speakers, I think our participants will get enlightened with the same, and definitely their mindset have been changed. So next I want to share with Dr. Harjot. Dr. Harjot, am I audible to you? Are you listening to me?
Yeah. You are audible. Yeah.
Okay. I think that there is some network issue. This is why I'm asking. So, ma'am, actually, due to shortage of time, we have received around 68 papers. Like 68 research scholars, they have contributed their papers, but because of the limitation of time, we couldn't allow everybody to present their papers. But we have selected 2 best papers, and these presenters, they will present the papers, and they are from the same field, from computer science only. This is why you have to chair the session.
Yes,
For these two for these 2 presenters, these are the 2 best. They are the presenters who have written a very best papers. Out of those 68, we have selected these 2 only. Next, I would like to introduce my colleague, that is Professor Shushma from Department of History, SSM College, Dinanagar. She is an in-charge women cell who has organized the whole event under the able guidance of the principal, Dr. R.K. Tulli. So Professor Shushma is with us. Now she is going to host the webinar for the next couple of hours. So over to you, Shushma ma'am. Please introduce the presenters to our worthy speaker, Dr. Harjot, and thereafter she will chair the session for this particular theme. So thank you, Dr. Shushma ma'am. Over to you.
डॉक्टर हरिंदर, मैं सुषमा आज के 1 डे नेशनल वेबिनार अनइक्वल पे जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन एट वर्क प्लेस के इस मंच पे आए हुए सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स का और मैम हरजोत कौर जी का यहाँ पे स्वागत करती हूँ। मैं इस बात का अपना सौभाग्य मानती हूँ कि मैं एक ऐसे वेबिनार का हिस्सा बनी हूँ जिसने समाज के एक ऐसे पहलू पे बात करनी शुरू की है जिसपे समाज बात करना नहीं चाहता। ये समाज का यहाँ पे हम ऐसे एक समाज के नागरिक हैं। यहाँ पे यत्र नारेस्तु पूजन्ते रमन्ते तत्र देवता, यहाँ पे इस कथन को माना जाता है कि जहाँ पे नारी की पूजा होती है वहां पे देवता रहते हैं। ये शब्द की महिमा है और इस शब्द को हम मानते हैं कि यहाँ पे नारी की पूजा होती है, वहां पे देवता है। तो एंशिएंट टाइम से ही हमारे यहाँ पे वुमेन को पूजनीय माना गया है। यहाँ पे तो इसकी पूजा की जाती है, लेकिन समाज में हर चीज का ग्राफ बढ़ता है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि जो वुमेन्स है उसका ग्राफ बढ़ा नहीं है, उसके ग्राफ में गिरावट आई है, उसके सम्मान में गिरावट आई। आज हम 21 सेंचुरी में रह रहे हैं, हम वुमेन एजुकेशन की बात कर रहे हैं, हम एम्पावरमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन साथ में ही हम सेव गर्ल चाइल्ड, सेव गर्ल एजुकेशन की भी बात करते हैं। अगर हम यहाँ पे ये बात कर रहे हैं तो इसका हम खुद इस चीज को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि समाज में नारी का स्थान कहाँ पे जा रहा है। हम यहाँ पे वुमेन एजुकेशन की बात कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पे आज हमने स्पेशली अनइक्वल पे जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन एट वर्क प्लेस इस टॉपिक के ऊपर बात की। हमारे साथ मैडम हरजोत जी जहाँ पे जुड़े और उन्होंने अपने रियल एक्सपीरियंस को हमारे साथ शेयर किया कि जो लड़की है उसे स्टार्टिंग से ही डिस्क्रिमिनेशन में आ जाती है, वो जन्म के साथ ही आ जाती है। तो यहाँ पे समाज में एक ऐसे वर्ग की जरूरत पड़ जाती है, जो वर्ग जहां तक समाज में मैं अपने एक्सपीरियंस को अगर जहाँ पे कहना चाहूँ तो समाज में एक ऐसा वर्ग चाहिए, वो स्थान हमें मेल ही दे सकते हैं यहाँ पे। तो वीमेंस की जहाँ पे जो बात कर रहे हैं, थैंक यू मैम, क्योंकि जितने हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट हमारे साथ जुड़े हमारे बीच में कुछ स्टूडेंट्स थे, हमारे स्पीकर हमारे साथ जो थे यहाँ पे जुड़े हुए थे। रियली मैम आपके जो शब्द थे वो शब्द थे जो हर लड़की के मन से निकलने वाले शब्द हैं, जो वो महसूस करती है जहाँ पे जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हो रहा है। कुछ चीजें कही जाती है, कुछ चीजें नहीं कही जाती, और मैं बहुत यहाँ पे सौभाग्य की बात मानूंगी कि आपने बड़ी आसानी के साथ बड़े सीधे से शब्दों में उन बातों को जहाँ पे कह दिया। तो थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच कि आप हमारे इस मंच का जहाँ पे हिस्सा बने हैं। ये और हम सेकंड टाइम आपको यहाँ पे सुनने लगे हैं, इससे पहले भी मैं एक बार आपके साथ जुड़ चुकी हूँ, तो ये सेकंड टाइम जो हम आपके जुड़ रहे हैं इस यहाँ पर, तो थैंक यू सो मच। और हम यही चाहेंगे कि आप आगे जब भी हमारे साथ कभी हमें मौका मिले आप हमारे साथ जरूर जुड़ें, वो हमारे लिए बड़ी सौभाग्य की बात यहाँ पे रहेगी। और सेकेंडली यहाँ पे मैम हमारे साथ कुछ हमारे प्रेजेंटर थे यहाँ पे, जिसमें से मैं सबसे पहले यहाँ पे मिसेज यहाँ पे अरविंदर कौर जी को यहाँ पे इनवाइट करना चाहूंगी। असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर गुरु नानक कॉलेज सुखचैन फगवाड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट जलंधर से हैं जी। इनका जो टॉपिक है जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन एट होम एंड वर्क प्लेस। वेलकम मैम। तो मैम आप अपना यहाँ पे पेपर प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
My voice is audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, let me share my screen first. Okay, ma'am. My screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible. Yeah, please continue. You're audible as well. Please continue.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me introduce myself first of all. I'm Arvinder Kaur. I'm assistant professor in Guru Nanak College, Sukhchand, Fagwada, and I'm working in computer science department. Today, I'm here to talk about something that is so subtle, that often gets ignored and considered very normal. That is gender discrimination. It is also called gender inequality or gender bias. What is gender discrimination? When individual or group of individuals are treated unequal on the basis of their gender at different places, like at home, at workplace, in opportunity and expectations, then it is called gender discrimination. And I think so it is a very serious barrier in a human development. Some people think that gender equality or gender discrimination is a female fight, but actually it is a human fight. It fight for both male and female, because at some extent both male and female they face discrimination. I can show you some scenario where both male and female are they face discrimination. People use some stereotypes like crying is only girls' nature, but actually they don't allow boy to cry. Whenever the boy try to show his emotions while crying, then they treat that he is treating like a girl, and they tease him. And similarly, they decide that the color pink color is only used for the baby girl and blue color is for the boy. And if a boy wear a pink color, then he treat him as girl. Similarly, they say that football and cricket games, these are for the boys, and tennis and badmintons are for the girls. Family members purchase trucks, car, toys, etc. for the boys, and whereas dolls and kitchen toys for the girls. Boys are not allowed to play with dolls and kitchen toys. And so these all are the discrimination that are faced by both male and female. But we can see the major effect, the negative effect can be seen on the women life. It hurt women at everywhere. It hurt women at workplaces, at education, and at income. At the workplace, she is considered very low capable to perform the works. She is always underrepresented in many industries like automobile. And during the education, while selecting the subject, women is always seen better for some soft subjects like history, languages, Hindi, music, art and craft, etc., rather than the hard subjects like computing, mathematics, sports, etc. And these are chosen best for the boys only. And when we talk about the income, male candidates or male employees get a higher salary than the female candidate. The World Bank reported that many women around the world are still prevented by the law from working in certain jobs. And in 18 countries, husbands can legally prevent their wives from working. I can show you some list of jobs where women are still barred. Like in UK and Scotland, women are not allowed to play golf professionally. In China, women cannot mine. In Russia, women are banned from being truckers. And in France, women cannot perform labor activities. In Pakistan, women cannot fix machinery parts. Similarly, in Argentina, women are not legally allowed to polish glass. In Madagascar, women are not allowed to distribute published materials like literature, posters, etc. So these all are the discrimination that are faced by women. A very famous personality, Nelson Mandela, who is the former president of South Africa, states that freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all kinds of oppression. जब तक औरत के हर कष्ट का विनाश नहीं हो जाता, तब तक एक पूरी तरह से freedom हम हासिल नहीं कर सकते. So now the question, what is gender pay gap? It is the difference between the income of men and the income of women. Globally, women earn 26% less than men who earn for the same job and having the same skills. I can show you here a graph which is showing the list of jobs in US with the largest gender pay gap. Here, in the case of pilot, the gender pay gap is 26.6%, which means that the male pilot got 26.6% more salary than the female pilot. Similarly, in the case of chef, the gender pay gap is 24.6%. And in case of C-suite executive, it is 24%. Similarly, the gender pay gap is 11.6% and 11% in case of computer programmer and professor, respectively. I want to suggest some solution to all these places in order to reduce the gender gap. That is, parents must empower their kids to speak out. They should let their children free to speak. And similarly, both husband and wife should share household chores and childcare equally. Let your children choose color, toys, games, clothes of their own choice. And doing housework together with the children should always be normal. Similarly, solutions for the workplace. Here, try to implement the gender-neutral recruitment process and try to implement improved parent leave for both men and women. There should be more flexible work schedule so that women don't feel pressured to find the childcare services for their children or having to quit their jobs. Apart from this, I want to suggest some solution for the education. Here, the main role is played by the education institution and by the teachers. Equal educational opportunity for both male and female. Teachers must address the students equally. They should not call, hey boy, hey girl. They should address them like, hey student, hey friend, etc. Try to encourage boys and girls to sit together by making a seating chart and try to ensure that seating chart should be changed frequently. Try to avoid stereotyping children, like saying that girls are always sweet, boys are very noisy, or boys don't cry, etc. Try to avoid all these stereotypes. Similarly, I want to suggest some solution for the income. There must be equal pay for the equal work. If men and women have the same education level and having the same job title, they should be receiving the equal pay. Allow women to have the same opportunity as men in the workplace. And this is the time now. So at the last, I want to say that there's no difference between us. We must teach children about the gender equality, respectful relationship, how to show feelings, choice, self-esteem, empathy, tolerance, and acceptance. And we all are equal. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Very nice. Keep it up.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Harvinder, can we may invite the
Hello.
next speaker, please? Next speaker, Sushma. Can we please may invite the next speaker?
Thank you.
Sushma, please invite the next speaker.
Hanji. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hanji. Our next speaker is Ashok Kumar, Judge College of Education, Roorkee, Rohtak, हरियाणा. इनका जो टॉपिक है वो अनइक्वल पे, जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन एट वर्क प्लेस पे सेम है. यस अशोक सर. हाँ जी मैम, शायद थोड़ा सा नेटवर्क इशू है तो उसके कारण हाँ जो सर अभी ज्वाइन नहीं कर पा रहे तो अभी
लेट्स वेट. हाँ, उनको ज्वाइन करने देते हैं.
हाँ जी मैम,
उन्हें समय देना बनता है.
यस मैम, एक्चुअली वो काफी देर से हमारे साथ कल से जुड़े हुए हैं और शायद थोड़ा सा
we should give him time to join. No problem, I'm there.
मैम इफ यू डोंट माइंड तो आप अभी अगर अरविंदर कौर जी की अगर उनको रिमार्क्स देना चाहे तो, क्योंकि अभी वो हमारे साथ जुड़े नहीं है.
Okay, all right. तो तब तक I'll summarize what Arvinder has presented. See, the same feelings which I had while speaking on this virtual platform, they have been shared by Arvinder. I guess they were the same. I mean, कि जो discrimination है, it starts from home itself. And if we have to, overlap this gap somehow, if we have to eliminate this gender gap, then we have to start providing equal opportunities to boys and girls, starting from they are born. Starting from the day they are born, we should try to provide them equal opportunities. We should give them freedom of speech. Fine. And we should tell them what are their rights, what are their, what are their rights and what kind of things they are actually going to do. So same kind of feelings which I expressed, same kind of thoughts which I expressed, they were being shared by Arvinder. Like, how can we improve this gender gap? How can we improve this gender bias at different places, starting from home, then moving to workplace, moving to educational institutes. She shared everything. So how can we improve this kind of a thing? How can we eliminate this gender gap, like by providing equal salaries, by providing equal opportunities? She has explained and presented very well whatever she had written, whatever she had assimilated. So I really appreciate her efforts. Sushma ji, she has really performed and presented very well. Thank you, Arvinder, and God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am. मैम एक्चुअली हमारे स्पीकर अभी हमारे पास जुड़ नहीं पा रहे.
कोई बात नहीं, we will wait.
हाँ जी.
हाँ जी.
Okay. एक्चुअली मैम जी हमारा जो प्लेटफॉर्म है मुझे लगता है कि फर्स्ट टाइम ही पहले भी इस पे बात हुई, लेकिन हमारे कॉलेज में फर्स्ट टाइम इस टॉपिक के ऊपर यहाँ पे बात होनी शुरू हुई है. तो ये रियली यहाँ पे जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है ये बहुत ज्यादा है. अभी मैम ने बात की यहाँ पे कि स्टार्ट बच्चों का घर से ही गर्ल्स का कलर को लेके उनके यहाँ पे बच्चों को स्टार्ट कर दिया जाता है, क्योंकि हम जब एज ए हिस्ट्री टीचर जब भी मैं अपने आप बात करती हूँ, हम उसका जब बैकग्राउंड पढ़ना शुरू करते हैं तो इतना क्रिटिकल पीरियड हम यहाँ पे महसूस करते हैं कि यहाँ पे हम कि एजुकेशन को ही इन्हें पीछे करने के लिए कहीं ना कहीं एजुकेशन को ही डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया गया. हाँ, मैंने यहाँ पे एक सेमिनार में अटेंड किया, उसमें उन्होंने बड़ी अच्छी बात मुझे जो लगी, उन्होंने यहाँ पे बोला कि सिर्फ वुमेन को पेंट किया गया है, और विमेन को पेंट कैसे, अगर हम यहाँ पे एक जगह पे सीता को पेंट ले रहे हैं, उनको पेंट किया गया है। यहाँ पे कभी भी हम किसी मेल को ऐसे नहीं देखते। हमने यहाँ पे स्त्रीत्री के बारे में सुना हुआ है। मैं यहाँ पे हम महाभारत की एग्जांपल ले लीजिए, द्रौपदी की एग्जांपल ले लीजिए, वीमेन को पेंट किया गया और वो जो पेंटर थे वो सारे के सारे मेल थे यहाँ, और वो मेल सिर्फ उन्हीं को पेंट किया गया है। और कहीं पे उनका चीरहरण किया जा रहा है, कहीं पे उठाया जा रहा है, ये मेल में नहीं मिलता। तो ये सारी अगर हम फर्स्ट स्टेज में देखते हैं, और जब हम सेकंड स्टेज में आते हैं तो आज डिस्क्रिमिनेशन इकोनॉमिकली किसी और तरह से किया जा रहा है। सिर्फ एजुकेशन होने से यहाँ पे मुझे नहीं लगा कि अभी हमारी वुमेन्स अवेयर हुई हैं। कहीं भी हमें हर डिसीजन के लिए अपने पार्टनर से, अपने फादर से यहाँ पे एक बार डिस्कशन करनी पड़ती है। हमारी हिस्ट्री में बड़ी अच्छी चीज आती है कि औरत है वो पहले पिता के अंडर रहती है, फिर पति की, और उसके बाद अपने बेटे के। इसके अलावा कहीं ना कहीं जो जंजीरें हैं वही रहती है, वो मेल की ही रहती हैं। हम कभी भी अपने आप को वहां पे आजाद नहीं कर पाते। आई डोंट नो कि मैं यहाँ पे इस चीज को कितने यहाँ पे एग्री करते हैं यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेंट, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं अपने विचारों को यहाँ पे जो रखने का मंच है तो हम इस विचार को जरूर यहाँ पे रख लेते हैं।
बिल्कुल।
तो यहाँ पे मैम अभी हमारे साथ अशोक सर तो नहीं ज्वाइन हुए, लेकिन प्रोफेसर निधि फ्रॉम यहाँ पे डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स से यहाँ पे हमारे साथ ज्वाइन हो रहे हैं। उनका यहाँ पे जेंडर पे गैप इन इंडिया, यहाँ पर उनका जो टॉपिक है। असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर निधि, अगर मैम आप ज्वाइन हो हमारे साथ? ओके, हाँ, यस, प्रोफेसर, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर निधि।
Yes, thank you so much, Sushma ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to speak over here. So good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon.
I think my voice is echoing.
Your voice is clear. Please continue, Nidhi.
Yes, yes.
Please continue.
Yeah, take na. Good. Should I speak?
Please start, Nidhi. Please start.
Hello. Now it's good.
Nidhi,
Sorry.
Sorry. Please start.
Yes,
Please
yes.
start.
Okay, ma'am. So today's my topic is gender pay gap in India. So first of all, I would like to speak under what is the particular meaning upon it. Gender pay gap in India refers to the difference in earnings between women and men in the paid employment and in labor market. So for the year 2013, the gender pay gap in India was estimated to be like 24.81 percentile. Further, while analyzing the level of female participation in the economy, that this report slots India as one of the bottom 10 countries on its list. Thus, in addition to unequal pay, there is also unequal representation, because while women constitute almost half the Indian population, their representation in the workforce amounts to only about 1/4 of the total. So these are all the things which we need to consider actually while formulating all the policies and strategies towards the women empowerment. So some of the main factors which I'm going to discuss about that contribute to the existing gender gap, pay gap in India. So first of all, the primitive thing which would be occupational preferences. The rate of female participation in the paid labor market is generally low and is primarily concentrated in rural areas in the agriculture sector. So in rural North India, it has been observed that labor is divided sharply on the basis of gender, which is not is a justifiable thing for a women. So certain activities in agriculture have been assigned specifically to women, like drying and storing the grain, while other tasks like plowing and harvesting are only performed by a men, which shows the very partial gap of gender gap between a men and the women. So there is a mere preferences and not domination. Female labor participation in India has been observed to be higher in sectors involving personal services and care work, and is also higher in informal sectors, especially in agriculture sector. So my next thing which I would like to discuss about cultural barriers. Cultural barriers are the most specific thing which is needed to be discussed upon it. While social and cultural norms vary from state to state within the India, as we know, India is a abundantly big country. One commonality that has been observed is the exclusion of women from the paid labor market and status segregation of labor. So women from higher caste faced more difficulty when they tried to explain their obtained paid work, even if their survival depends on it. So this the women employed a full-time already earned 34 to 40 percentile less than a man. Okay, but when compared to the part-time working women, the pay gap further increased as they earned almost 50 to 60% less than the man. So this is the thing which is needed to be compute. And a third thing is education and training. So education and training become the literacy rate for women in India is far lower than the rate of men, and it has been observed that many girls drop out of school and fail to fully complete their education. Investment in education and training has been strongly in favor of men, as they are brought up with the expectations of being bread earners, and hence this investment is considered necessary for their success. While women are instead viewed as further homemakers, for whom education may not be as essential. This difference between male and female education has been reduced in the past years, I think, as compared has developed wherein 2001 and 1 to 2005, the difference between literacy percentage of male and female was over 21 percentile, and in 2011 it was decreased from this ratio. So these are the factors which we need to consider when we are talking about the unpaid work. So on the basis of that, another factor which comes in mind, that is unpaid work. According to the One Human Development Report, which was published in 1995, women spent about 2/3 of their work time on unpaid work, while men spend only 1/4 of their time towards unpaid labor. It has been estimated in India that women on average work 21 more hours than men during each work. So this again does not take into consideration the total population of men and women in the workforce. So these are the factors which were in my mind to be discussed upon the gender pay gap in India. So thank you so much for having the patience to listen to me. Thank you.
थैंक यू निधि मैम.
So
मैम ने बेटा यहाँ पे अपना टॉपिक जो जेंडर पे गैप इन इंडिया, इसके बारे में हमें बताया. बड़े अच्छे बड़े सीधे से तरीके से उन्होंने अपनी बात को यहाँ पे कन्वे कर दिया. अगेन थैंक्स मैम. अब मैं यहाँ पे हमारे एक नेक्स्ट जो पार्टिसिपेंट है शिंदर कौर, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ कंप्यूटर साइंस, यहाँ पे इन्हें इनवाइट करना चाहूंगी कि वो अपना आके पेपर जो है प्रेजेंट करें. शिंदर कौर मैम. मैम शिंदर मैम, आप हमें ज्वाइन कर चुके हो? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Today myself Shinder Kaur. I'm from computer department in SSM college. Today's my topic is why there is so what is the gender pay gap and why is it is so wide in our country. Before going to this discussion, unequal pay refers to situations where women are paid less than men for doing the same work. The gender pay gap stems from the difference in the number of men versus women who work. Despite continued efforts of activities and policymakers, in many ways, gender equality is still a pipe dream. Research shows gender discrimination mostly against women and in favor of men in many realms, including the workplace. According to the latest World Economic Forum, WEF Global Gender Gap Report 2018, India ranked 108 out of 149 countries on the Gender Gap Index. The global list was topped by Iceland for the 10th consecutive years, having closed more than 85.8% of its overall gender gap. While India fared better in terms of wages equality for similar work indicator on which it held the 72nd position, it ranked 142nd in the economic opportunity and participation sub-index. This can be explained by the difference between unequal pay and gender pay gap. Unequal pay versus gender pay gap. Unequal pay refers to the situation where women are paid less than men for doing the same work. To counter this, equal pay is legally enforced in most organized sectors. The gender pay gap, on the other hand, is a measure of the gap in the overall earnings of men and women. It is calculated by considering several parameters applied to the total number of employed members of both genders. This means that it does not account for women who have voluntarily stayed out of workforce or have took a substantial. What is gender pay gap? While the gender pay gap is essentially the average difference between the remunerations received by working men and women, there is more nuance here. There are two distinct numbers, the unadjusted pay gap and the adjusted pay gap. The former simply differentiates between mean and median wages of two genders. The latter take into account differences in factors such as occupation, education, and job experiences. So the difference is starker if you consider the unadjusted figure. An often cited number in this context is unadjusted salary of average female in the US, which is supposed to be 78% of the average male salary, whereas the adjusted figure is 80 to 98%. The gender pay gap stems from the difference in the number of men versus who work. It also arises from the differences in the work tenure and need for substantials. What does contribute to the gap in India? In a country like India, the reasons for gender pay gap are little more complicated and can be linked to reasons ranging from socio-economic to structural. Girl children are sometimes kept out of schools or made to drop out of school early. Even if they are educated, many women are not allowed to work by their families. Women who do join the workforce often need to take extended leaves for maternity and childcare and even the health care of other family members. All these factors lead up women as a whole falling well behind men when it comes to their over all the time. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, मैं मैम हरजोत जी को यहाँ पे ओवरव्यू के लिए बोलूंगी कि यहाँ पे मैडम निधि और मैडम शिंदे को इनके बारे में यहाँ पे अपना थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे ओवरव्यू जरूर दे दें। मैम नो ज्वाइंट नो। हाँ जी मैम।
Yeah, I'm there.
Yes. हाँ जी हरजोत मैम।
Yeah. Are we done with all the presentations or still someone is left?
एक सेकंड। हेलो।
Yeah. Sushma?
हाँ जी मैम।
How many speakers we are left with? कितने speakers रह गए हैं?
हाँ, नो मैम अभी हमारे हो गए हैं। एक्चुअली जो हमारे एक स्पीकर थे वो जुड़ नहीं पाए।
Okay, all right. तो क्या हम समराइज कर सकते हैं सेशन को?
Yes मैम, yes मैम।
So, concluding with this session, there were two more presentations which were presented by Nidhi Salaria and Shinder Kaur. And Nidhi Salaria actually provided us an information about gender pay gap in India by explaining how we can modify our policies and strategies in order to eliminate, in order to compensate this gap, and how women are underrepresented, and why this gender gap is because of unequal representation. Fine. And she also explained how can recruitment process be modified, or can be changed in order to recruit more females in industry and in workplaces, so that we can try to empower females more, or women empowerment is being performed. Then in third article, which was presented by Shinder Kaur, she explained why this gender gap is actually existing. She enlightened all the audience with this particular kind of a thing, in which she explained why this gender discrimination is existing against women at workplace, and why what are various reasons for unequal pay and unequal opportunities which have been provided to women, and what are different types of pay gaps, she explained, and how can we eliminate these different types of pay gaps. That was what she summarized with in the end. So Sushma, I have summarized the session.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
Now is that time यहाँ पे हम closing के लिए.
Yeah.
यहाँ पे on the behalf of the SSM College, it's given me immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks to the gathering here. I am obliged to all of you who sincerely committed to this event to make it great success. My very special thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Manvinder Kaur, Professor, Department cum Center for Women Studies and Development, Punjab University, Chandigarh, and Dr. Harkiran Deep Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, and Dr. Arneet Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Dr. Balwinder Kaur, Advocate, District Court Complex, Gurdaspur, और मैम डॉक्टर हरजोत कौर जो भी हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं स्पेशली। मैं यहाँ पे सभी का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करती हूँ जिन्होंने इस वेबिनार को इतने बड़े लेवल पे इतनी इंफॉर्मेशन यहाँ पे जो हमें बच्चों को प्रोवाइड करवाई है। और एक मैं दूसरा जो अपना यहाँ पे हार्टली जो थैंक्स अपने वर्दी प्रिंसिपल सर जी को करना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि यहाँ पे जो हमें इस तरह के वेबिनार्स करवाने के लिए एक मंच प्रोवाइड करते हैं, तो उन्हीं के कारण यहाँ पे इस तरह के जो वेबिनार है कॉलेज में ऑर्गेनाइज करवाए जाते हैं। विदाउट उनकी सपोर्ट से नो डाउट कोई भी वेबिनार है जहाँ पे नहीं करवाया जा सकता, तो मैं उनका भी यहाँ पे धन्यवाद करती हूँ। और वंस अगेन मैं सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो हमारे साथ सुबह से यहाँ पे जुड़े हुए हैं, उन सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स का भी यहाँ पे थैंक्स करना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि ये वेबिनार विदाउट पार्टिसिपेंट्स के कभी भी सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो पाता। और मॉर्निंग से ही कुछ स्टूडेंट्स और कुछ हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो हमारे साथ यहाँ पे जुड़े हुए हैं, तो ये हमारे लिए बड़ी एक अच्छी बात थी कि इतने ज्यादा जहाँ पे जो स्पीकर, यहाँ पे जितने हमारे पास स्पीकर थे, सभी को सुनने के लिए इतनी बड़ी ह्यूज यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेंट हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए। तो नाउ यहाँ पे मैं अपना यहाँ पे डॉक्टर हरिंदर कौर जी को यहाँ पे इनवाइट करूंगी।
Thank you, Sushma ma'am. Thank you so much. Actually, she has given in a very good manner the vote of thanks to the entire speakers, the participants, the worthy organizers, faculty members, students. तो बहुत अच्छे तरीके से मैम ने एड्रेस किया, सभी को कवर किया है. आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल to Sushma ma'am, Professor Sushma, in charge Women's Cell, Assistant Professor, Department of History, SSM College, Dinanagar. I am very thankful to you. तो आज बहुत अच्छे तरीके से ये जो वेबिनार हमने कंडक्ट करने में सबसे बड़ा जो इसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन था वो था स्पीकर्स का, और सभी स्पीकर्स अब दोबारा हमें ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं. मैं उनका बहुत थैंक यू करती हूँ. डॉक्टर हरकिरण, डॉक्टर अरनीत, our worthy principal sir, Dr. Akituli, Dr. Harjot, thank you so much once again for joining us. And it is just because of you all that today we can plan this event and we can provide a good platform to the students so that they can get well informed. So thank you all of you. And now I request all of you, like by the time we're going to conclude this webinar, we need to have a group picture. So I'll ask all of you to please put your video on and put your mics unmute so that we can have a picture. But before that, I want to have one important announcement. As I have already mentioned that because of the shortage of time, we couldn't allow all the presenters to present their papers. We got around 68 research papers, but because of the limitation of time, we couldn't allow all the presenters to present their matter. We could only allow 2, but because of the insistence, we could allow 3 participants. They presented their papers so well, but out of them, we have to select only one best paper. And I would like to announce the name of the best presenter who presented paper well and whose paper was well. And the best presenter was Professor Arvinder Kaur, Assistant Professor, Guru Nanak College, Sukhchand, Fagwada, District Jalandhar. She got the Best Presenter Award, and the same will be forwarded to her through her email. So thank you so much, Professor Arvinder, for being with us and for presenting her valuable view on the same regard. So with this, now I would like to thank the entire guests, the entire speakers. Thank you so much. So I request all of you to please the speakers, Dr. Harjot, Dr. Harkiran, Dr. Arneet, Madam Manvinder Kaur, Principal Dr. Akituli, please to put your videos on so we can have a group picture. And I have one more announcement. Like by the time we close the session, all of you have to please fill the feedback form. This is our last formality we have to complete. Then only you can be able to get the certificates. Because it is mandatory by the commission, by the authority, you all have to fill the feedback form. The link of the same will be shared in the groups only. So let's have a group picture. So all of you, please put your videos on. Okay, yes. Dr. Arneet, I think she is missing here. Okay. Okay then. Yes, thank you all. We had a good picture. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. So with this, I'll take your leave. Thank you all. The link of the feedback has been shared in the group. You can find the link in the same. So with this, I take your leave. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Harkiran. Thank you, Dr. Harjot. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Neet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.